the interview not take place in the prison, must receive all committee questions in advance to ensure fairness. I'm gonna be honest, I would only give her immunity if the investigations led to conviction. If she can tell me where the metaphorical or maybe literal bodies are buried, then I can find out the truth for myself. She shouldn't be in the place for making demands. Well, she is, because she has information that we want. I mean, like, we could torture her, maybe that would work, but like last time we did that with fucking Guantanamo Bay, everybody got mad. We have to reason with them. Would you want Trump to be impeached if he's in the Epstein files? No, I'd want people to go to jail. If she can condemn and implicate 5 really powerful people, it's absolutely worth giving her her freedom in order to do that. It's the easiest decision that you could ever make.
No, he didn't. I don't believe he did. I believe that he was murdered.
Wars. I served this country because I believed in patriotism, I believed in principles, I believed in honour. But the truth of it is I was sent to war on a pack of lies so the elites can make more money. Well, I've got news for you lefties, I've got news for you Starmer. I am watching the veterans, I have seen the private chats. They think they're going to make us go to war to fight the elites so they can bring a new world order. We are not going to fight for Starmer. We are not going to put our children at risk to come home and be left unside. We get a clap once a year. I used to be called a hero, and now my own Prime Minister has labelled me a far-right bug.
A powerful and emotional message from a British veteran has gone viral after he accused Labour leader Sir Keir Starmer of abandoning the very people he expects to defend the country. The veteran, speaking from Waterloo, declared with unflinching clarity, "I've got news for you, Stormer. I'm watching the veterans. I've seen the private chats. We are not going to fight for you, whilst our home is left behind." It's a damning indictment, and one that speaks volumes about the growing unease within Britain's armed forces and veteran communities over the Labour Party's direction under Starmer's leadership.
Around 60% of those pallets of aid that have been dropped off, the UN is just leaving there to rot in the sun. I'll tell you the figures because I think this is astonishing. These are the UN's figures from their monitoring and tracking dashboard. You can go in and see how many how many pallets of aid have been offloaded and how many have actually been picked up by the UN. And from the start of July, there have been over 17,000 pallets of aid dropped off. But less than 8,000 of those pallets have actually been picked up. So around 60% of those pallets of aid that have been dropped off, the UN is just leaving there to rot in the sun. There's loads of baby food there that can be fed to the starving children. They are not picking it up. And nearly all, about 90% of the few pallets that they did pick up, on their own figures, the UN's figures, are being intercepted by people like Hamas terrorists who steal that aid and sell it to people at extortionate prices so that they can keep on funding their war and keep the population obedient. Hamas and the UN are the ones to blame here. But you've got Keir Starmer stood there who's clearly only read a few headlines and not actually looked at the figures, and he thinks that Israel is on purpose starving all of these children in Gaza. He's an idiot. Around six
The UK free speech delegation.
Westminster now.
Uh-oh.
Well, good afternoon. I'm used to talking to MPs down here, but we're joined by 3 US Republican congressmen who sit on the House Judiciary Committee. Gentlemen, thank you very much for your time this afternoon on GB News. Congressman Jim Jordan, if I can start with you, you are chairman of the committee. We're a long way from Washington. What has brought you over here this summer?
First Amendment to the Constitution. We're concerned about free expression here in the United Kingdom and in Europe, but we're primarily concerned.
So we're trying to help them. We're trying to get them back on track. Because, like, y'all getting ruled by a bunch of weird fucking Karens trying to import a bunch of people into your country. And you can't even talk about it, you get arrested. We're trying, guys. We're trying to help y'all out.
About the impacts your laws can have on American citizens. Under the First Amendment, American citizens enjoy 5 fundamental freedoms. Your right to practice your faith, your right to assemble, your right to petition the government, free press, free speech. I tell people all the time, the most important of those 5 liberties is the last one, our right to talk. Because if you can't speak, you can't practice your faith, you can't share your faith, you can't petition your government, you can't criticize your government, and you don't have a free press. That is the most fundamental right we have as free citizens. And when the government infringes on that, like we're seeing with the Online Safety Act, like we're seeing with the Digital Services Act in Europe, and then there's some spillover impact on Americans.
See, I'm going to tell you all the truth. The problem isn't really Real ID. It's the laws that make Real ID something that would make you get accountable for what you're saying. It's got nothing to do, really, like, Real ID wouldn't matter if you wouldn't get arrested for a tweet. The problem is the laws. Because people are already getting arrested for tweets now. They're getting arrested for them now. We don't have Real ID now. So how the fuck is it a problem? This is what we're going on. This guy for president? Yeah, and I'm telling you guys, like, if it was up to me, like, things would be a lot different. I tell you that. And they're trying to create things that spill over and other things. That was the point and why we were disagreeing with your tweet. Yeah, but like, I think that, and this is another thing why people, where there was like some dissonance between like the conversation we were having online about like the internet ID, is that I'm coming at this from a perspective of an American, but we have Australians and Europeans, especially people that are living in the UK, that don't enjoy the same privileges, or Canada, right, for that matter, that don't enjoy the same privileges and opportunities that we do in America to be able to speak our minds. So for you guys, Real ID on the internet is much more of an existential threat to your expression than it is for us here in America. And I understand that and I respect that. But my solution, again, is that you need to change your laws. I still think Real ID is coming. I think it's inevitable. And so when it gets here, you don't want to have these laws on the books. Privileges? Yeah, it's a huge privilege to have the First Amendment. It absolutely is.
Citizens, that is a concern. We had a witness last year in Congress. She was a journalist from Canada. Yeah. She made a great statement. She said, free expression is the hallmark of Western civilization. The ability to debate, the ability to argue and have debate.
This is something that is so true and so core. Western civilization, I think, is built off of the backs of Greek civilization, Greek ethics, Greek philosophy. This is the premise of all of that. If you don't have free expression, you don't have Western civilization. It's that simple.
And have votes and settle disputes that way, because the alternative to that is frightening. So
yeah, you don't have Western civilization without free speech, period.
This is critically important, and that's why we're here.
And Congressman Fitzgerald, there's a row today because the science minister has been very critical of Nigel Farage. We've got this Online Safety Act that has come in. The Prime Minister...
The only reason they're making the Online Safety Act is to stop people from complaining about migration. They don't give a fuck about the kids. If they did, they would have stopped them from being raped from the people that are migrating. They don't care about them. They never did.
Yesterday, telling your president that there was absolutely no censorship with this, that it was all about...
It's a little bit harsh, but I'm just telling you the truth. It's obvious, isn't it? Yeah, duh.
Protecting children. Do you buy that?
It is.
I don't, and the American companies that we have been speaking to have laid out the case. Their legal teams have been battling on many fronts now over the last couple of years on just that issue of censorship and trying to kind of curtail whatever they're putting up online. So I think right now what you're going to see is a continued fight kind of step by step to make sure that this doesn't creep into America and is not something that we need to be worried about in the House of Representatives.
But Congressman Kiley, tech firms do have a duty of care, do they not? There are children accessing all sorts on the internet. As a TV company...
Suck my fucking... Fuck you. I'm so sick of hearing this. These are two completely different things. Protecting kids and having real ID on the internet is not the same as having a conversation about freedom of speech. Nobody is protecting someone's freedom of speech to upload sexual abuse material of children. Nobody's saying that. Nobody's advocating for that. Nobody wants that. The problem is that every single time that a conversation about this happens, it's constantly about, well, what about the kids? I agree that if somebody breaks the law on the internet, you should be able to find out and arrest them because they broke the law. Breaking the law on the internet doesn't mean that it's okay to do. That being said, the problem is the laws. That's the problem. It's not the internet. It's not the social media companies. It's the laws themselves. Because, again, they're getting these subpoenas by the judges because these people are violating speech laws. This would never be an issue if these people had the First Amendment. But they don't. It's the parents' fucking responsibility. There are 50 other things that we have extra government regulation on because you can't trust the parents to always make the right decisions for their kids. We have thousands of examples of that. I think that that's a very reductive argument. The real conversation here is about how this Speech Act and how these different types of legislation affect real average people. Freedom of speech does not equate to anonymity. No, it's two very different things. As we're trying to pull pirate software here, don't die on this hellmate. Nobody agrees with this. It's not about agreeing with it or not agreeing with it. This is a literal fact and reality. It is a fact and reality that we have right now. There's no debating this at all. Yeah, it's not even a conversation. The problem with these countries applying these real ID laws isn't the real ID laws in themselves. It's the fact that the real ID laws make it easier to stop people from speaking their mind. And the core of that problem is not real ID, it's the fucking law. That's the issue. If you can't understand that, you're being stupid.
We
Huge
are
problem.
guided by regulations, the same for publishers. They're putting content out there. How do you deal with this in America? They do have a duty, don't they?
They absolutely do have a duty, and I think that narrowly tailored regulations designed to protect kids are appropriate and absolutely necessary.
Sure.
But what we're seeing with legislation like the Online Safety
And
Act...
we already have that, like COPPA, for example, where like kids under 13 can't be on media already. Like this isn't, again, I'm not advocating for anything new. We already have this now.
Digital Services Act in the EU is something very different. We are seeing a rising tide of censorship in the West. We see it in the EU, we're seeing it in the UK. We saw it in the US as well over the last few years, but we've turned a corner in our country in large measure thanks to the work of the Judiciary Committee under Chairman Jordan's leadership. And so we're here to dialogue with those who are fighting for this shared tradition between our countries here in the UK and in the EU, because this is, when it comes to a liberal democracy, this is the whole ballgame.
You have no idea what's the point in the UK. Of course, in the UK, there's free speech. There's not free speech in the UK. You don't have freedom of speech in the UK. It's just not true. You're living a lie. Look it up and educate yourself.
Can't have a functioning liberal democracy without robust protections for freedom of speech.
You don't have freedom of speech.
We also had some horrific murders a year ago. There were terrible riots resulting from disinformation online. Now the police are looking at tweets, at things that putting on social media to try to sort of stave off further trouble. What's your view of that and policing tweets? Back to you if I can.
Well, I mean, you look at recent history, it seems to me many times the biggest purveyor of misinformation, disinformation is the government. I mean, just look at during COVID in our country. I think just about everything.
Well, look at the way they handle the migrant stuff over in Europe. They intentionally obfuscate the race and the ethnicity of the people that are committing crimes, especially sexual crimes. And the reason why is because they want to mislead the public, and they don't want the public to know that there's disproportionately more of this happening with migrants. This is the truth. If you want to talk about misinformation and and again, why are they doing this? They are doing it to mislead the public on purpose. That's bad. Stop using Europe as a country, for the love of God. You're right. Poland doesn't do this. Poland is based. But as far as I know, Sweden does this. Spain has this problem. The UK has this problem. Ireland and Scotland, to a lesser extent, have this problem. Germany has this problem. It's a lot of Europe. I know that it's not all of them, but it's most of them. France has this problem. Yeah, I apologize if you're in one of the few remaining based European countries. Keep fighting the good fight, guys.
Administration told us about COVID turned out to be wrong. They told us that, you know, the virus didn't come from a lab. They told us that the vaccinated couldn't get the virus. They told us that the vaccinated couldn't transmit the virus. They told us masks worked. They told us 6 feet social distancing was based on...
This would have never been a problem if they didn't ban people for dissenting. Obviously, science is never a settled situation, and they were telling people what they thought was best at the time, and they were wrong. But the problem is that whenever you're taking shots in the dark, and then people say, wait a minute, I don't know if you're aiming in the right spot, and then you ban them for that, well, then guess what? You're going to alienate and radicalize a lot of people, and I think that's what's happened.
On science, they told us that, you know, this was the first virus in history where there's no such thing as natural immunity. So when you look at history, typically it's the government who gives all kinds of information that is not accurate. And the idea that you're going to go after political speech, Kevin is right. You know,
this is the real reason why it's happening. This is the reason why it's happening. And this is the big problem, is that these governments are trying to shut down people's political expression because it puts them at risk.
We don't want harmful material getting to kids, but there's a big difference between that and political speech and criticizing the government.
Yes.
For goodness sake. So we're very concerned about that, and that's
and they try to roll it all up into one in order to justify it. That's what's happening right now, and it's happening all over the world.
Again, that's why we're here. That's why we did our investigation last Congress, to point out the attacks on free expression and on free speech.
And Congressman Fitzgerald, J.D. Vance at the Munich Security Conference a few months ago upset quite a lot of people on this topic, talking.
No, you think and feel a lot. I've never seen you actually do some research. Why would I need to do research? I already know it. Yeah, I just come to conclusions, and then they're right. Pretty much every single time. Like, if it's such a bad idea to do that, then why do I keep coming out with positive outcomes? You really think that all these people coming from countries that have totally different laws and the ways that they treat women over there, you really think that there's not going to be an increase in bad behavior in that area? Especially when there's no vetting properly to make sure the ones that are acting in good faith or not? You don't need to have statistics for that. It's common sense. Like, I don't need to see 50 different studies to know if you put a wolf in a cage with 10 rabbits, there's not going to be 10 rabbits by the end of the day. I don't need to have like 50 fucking studies of this. I don't need to have a million levels of data and representation for it. It's common fucking a priori knowledge that every single reasonable person knows. Sorry. It's just the way it is.
About freedom of speech being suppressed, particularly in Scotland, with buffer zones. Do you think that that is sort of necessary for Europe and Britain to hear this sort of thing? And finally, what do you say to people that say, well, you didn't like it when Democratic, Labour activists went to support the Democrats. Why are you getting involved in our politics? What's your answer to that?
Yeah, I think Vice President Vance is right. I mean, there's absolutely been kind of a movement and a shift that's been going on. And it's not very obvious sometimes. It's something that you do have to kind of scrutinize and look for. But when you see it, you know it. And I think that's what the vice president was talking about. Exactly.
My friend asked me for a source when I told him that letting in hordes of unloyal migrants wouldn't be good for the social fabric of our country. Yeah. And also, by the way, the reason why people have such a fixation on trying to quantify everything like that without using their own common sense, it's not because I want you to understand that if you provided him evidence that this was the case, he would still deny it. They're only asking for evidence as a way to delay the inevitability of their opinion being wrong. They don't actually want evidence. They're just simply trying to find a way to refute your point of view.
And just finally, what do you say, Congressman Kiley, to people that say, why are you here getting yourselves involved in British affairs?
Well, we're first and foremost protecting our own citizens, because we've seen very specific examples of where suppressing speech actually impacts American citizens. And there's also this sort of globalizing effect, call it the Brussels effect, and certainly augmented by what's happening in the UK, where platforms are forced to change their policies in a pro-censorship direction that impacts citizens all around the world. And so at the end of the day, I think it's important that our allies, who we have so many shared values with, stand with us as we fight against forces that exist elsewhere in the world that are very much opposed to freedom of all kinds. And I think there's a lot more that we have in common in the way of values than divide us at this point. And I think these conversations are really healthy for everyone involved.
Gentlemen, thank you very much indeed for talking to us on GB News Today. Really appreciate it.
Based.
Back to you in the studio. Clearly a tension between freedom of speech and keeping children safe. I expect
it has nothing to do with kids. Everybody can agree that weird stuff shouldn't be something that kids can see, and I think that most people are open to the idea of not letting kids on social media. This is a massive red herring. The real reason why they're implementing these laws for, the Online Safety Act, do you know who's they're trying to make safe? The public fucking government. That's who they're trying to make safe, not kids.
We'll be hearing a lot about this in the coming weeks and months.
Yeah, Catherine Forster there. Some very, very clever men, in my opinion. I think they absolutely nailed it on the head. Free speech, in my opinion, has been under attack in this country for a very, very long time. And the Online Safety Bill is the pinnacle of that tyranny. It really, really feels to me like Britain is heading in this abysmal direction.
And again, the problem is not the Online Safety Bill itself. It's the fact that it empowers existing laws that we have right now. Or sorry, not we, but the UK has right now, and other places like Australia has, that are already oppressive to people and they can't speak out. Freedom of speech and freedom of expression is, as I said, you cannot have Western civilization without freedom of expression. It is the bedrock of Western civilization. If you are going against that, you're going in a completely different place.
Subscribe to our Shift at midnight I play, but let me see. She'll... But this is not even a demo. This is overwhelmingly positive. Okay, you know what? Fuck it. I'll play it. I'll play it. I will play it, chat. I will play this video game. Children of Clay. Apparently this was like 20 minutes long, I think. I think Dist played it and he liked it. Clay. That's funny. Man, that Ninja Gaiden game was fucking good, dude. Wonder if Ares is gonna play it. Oof, that was sick. That was so sick, dude. All right, sorry. Let's play. Yeah, no, I don't. 1 week for Mafia. Oh yeah, shit, true, actually, yeah. Children of Clay. Okay, I have not a single clue what this is. Not a single clue. So I'm just gonna go in and accept whatever this is, I guess. Time is 5:40 past 11. I have received another artifact from my old friend, Professor Ortve. He writes again about how he misses working with me out in the field and his remorse about the accident. I immediately felt a chill down my spine and was once again back in the cave, trapped and hopeless. I compose myself. I need to focus on me work. Time to start the examination. Okay. Okay. Bushwookie, thanks 53, man. Name, artifact number 297. Site, Kurugan Burial Mound. Euro Mountains. Material, clay. Age, unknown. Function, unknown. Areas like Luto? Real? Whoa, this is weird. What the hell? Yeah, this is apparently a good horror game. It's like 20 minutes long. It's very short, but it's very good apparently. Like, yeah. I have no idea what it is. I just know it's good. This feature resembles a human face. Sure does. Alright, I guess I'll search for... clay, I guess. Pottery is the process of forming objects with clay and other raw materials, which are fired at high temperatures to give them a hard and durable form. It is one of the oldest human inventions, originating before the Neolithic period, with ceramic objects dating back... Holy shit, that's crazy. Yeah, okay, that's... the face. Oh, what the hell? That's dank. And what about this? What's up with this thing? Why can't I move this? And what is that? And what is... search for face? I cannot find anything relevant. Okay, search for dinosaur. Cannot find anything. Okay, the face. The face. It's like an 8... Alien. Fly? Fly? Uh-huh. The face. Why can I drag this? I can't write anything. I can, search for slope. Okay. I cannot find anything relevant. The face. The face. The face. Oh wait, you can rotate. Oh, okay. You have to click on the side here. Oh, there is something here. A metal object embedded in the artifact. It doesn't seem like it is possible to extract it. Maybe I can find out what kind of metal it is. Metal. Let's search for metal, dude. The earliest archaeological support of melting hot metallurgy is dated to around 6,500 BC. 500, yep. The most common metals found on archaeology sites are iron, copper, lead, tin, zinc, and their alloys. Because iron is magnetic, it can be easily distinguishable from the rest. Oh, yeah. Well, it's not iron. Wait, the compass is detecting a magnetic field. Oh. Cool. That's what it's for. Alright. Anything else here? Oh. They seem to be some sort of runes, but I don't recognize the type. Maybe I can find something in my book. Runes. It says 2 out of 11, so you can find things here. An example of rune and runiform writings. The letter U written using different runes. 1. Orcon runes. 2. Rovus rune Futark runes. Okay, letter U. So, what does this have? That was that middle one, right? There's 2 U's? Or? Wait, this one, middle one, yeah. Wait, is it this one? I think so. Well, I guess. Was there anything else that was like this? I don't remember. I don't think so. What a weird game. Yeah, there's no N or anything like that. So there's 2 U's, I guess. We could check the other side. Anything here? I'm gonna search for zinc. Zinc. Could not find anything relevant. What? Oh. The earliest known ironwork is dated from 3500 BC, made from meteoric iron. There are 2 main types of ironwork: wrought iron or cold iron and cast iron. Cold iron has a long and varied tradition in the mythology and folklore of the world. Yeah, it says, oh, it's down here. Oh, these are the runes. Okay. That's cool. Yeah. The iron object. Very cool. Okay. Iron copper. I'll search for copper. Not find any. Lead tin. Let's try that. See if that shows anything. Lead? No. Tin? Nothing? Probably not. No, I think I got it. I'm not ignoring the runes. I can't do anything with them. It's just there. It's there. It's there. 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 I mean, maybe we have something like the letter U. Oh, yeah. I could probably search for Rovus. Yeah, Rovus runes, I guess. Let's try that. Can you use space? Rovus. Oh, yeah, here. Look at that. Wow. The Rovus script, or Old Hungarian runes, is a writing system used for writing the Hungarian language. Okay. After the establishment of the Christian Hungarian kingdom, the old writing system was partly forced out of use, and the Latin alphabet was adopted. However, among some professions, the script has remained in use. For example, shepherds use it to track the number of animals. Old Hungarian letters were usually written from right to left. Well, we know the first letter is U. And then we have that H thing, which is R. Is anyone writing this down, chat? I'm sure someone has already solved this in chat. And then we have the cross, or the upside down T or whatever, which is D. Is anyone writing this down? Urdnump. Oh, fuck it. I'll just write it. Fuck it. Gnudre? Okay, fine. I'll trust chat. Insane deciphers. Gnudre? Cannot find anything, but I'm sure I translated it right. I must have missed something regarding these runes. Urdung? Oh. Oh, shit. Urdung is a shape-shifting demonic creature from early Hungarian paganism. In pre-Christian beliefs, it ruled the lower world and helped God in creating the earth. After Christianization, it was identified with the devil. One of the oldest Urdung myths is recorded on the Jugra tablet found in the Ural Mountains. Illustration of the devil from the Codex Gigas. I'm tired because I was up late watching hentai. Jugra. Let's search for Jugra. Okay. Found in the Ural Mountains, the Jugra tablet depicts the legend of a star that fell to Earth, and out of the star, the 7 children of Urdung crawled out. According to the legends, the children caused misfortune, sickness, and death to mankind. But a brave Taltosh used his cunning to lure and trap the creatures. Out of the 7 children, only 6 are depicted on the tablet. This could be because of damage, but one hypothesis states that this is evidence for the 7th children being the folk creature Mumush.
Hey, you!
Mumush? Let's search Mumush. Okay. The Mumush is an invisible creature that scares children in Hungarian folklore. It is most often associated with darkness, but there's no description of its shape, even in the beliefs of other peoples. According to some assumptions, there is no description of its shape anywhere, because for everyone, it is the embodiment of their own fears. Okay. Oh. Oh, looks like the dark liquid loosened the metal object. Hold on, let me... Okay. Should you really pull that out, man? Whoa. What on earth? I should pick up the candle and investigate. Oh, what the fuck? Gotta figure out what's happening before I leave. Oh. Oh, that's just one of his statues, I guess. Shigir Idol. Vinka statue. More dark stains. They lead to the left. Stone statue from... What is that noise? I stumble in the darkness, trying to find my way towards the door and away from that wretched thing. I reach out with my hand to find something. There is a wall here. Oh fuck, it's still continuing. There's a wall here. There's a wall here. Okay. There's nothing in front of me. Go. The air feels colder. There's a wall here and I feel some sort of moss growing on it. Nothing in front. There's a wall here. I feel some sort of moss. There's a wall here. Okay, let's turn left. Nothing in front of me. Straightforward. There's nothing in front of me. A wall here. A wall here. Cold like rock. Okay, we go straight forward. There's a wall in front of me. Oh. There's a wall here. There's a wall in front of me. There's a wall here. There's a wall here. Is this not where I came from? Yeah. Am I losing my mind? There's a wall here. There's a wall in front of me. There's a wall here. No. This can't be happening. Oh, he's locked into the doll now, dude. I remember the matches I keep in my pocket. There's just one single one left. It takes a few seconds before I dare to light it. Excerpt from the newspaper article titled "The Children of Clay." Just a few months after the disappearance of the esteemed archaeologist and the incident involving a broken artifact, the team working on the remote site in the Urals has made an astonishing discovery. A previously unknown underground chamber containing a dozen similar small clay figures has been discovered. They're already in contact with several universities across the globe to further study them. Damn. Very mysterious. That was cool. I liked it. Doesn't need to be more than that. Leapex, hey, thanks to the 43, Damiao 98, Cheeseballs 67, Orcux 3-year anniversary, Phantom Instant, thanks to the 115, hey, Ella Viewer 3, thanks 29. Thank you guys. That was cool. Yeah, it's a free game. I mean, yeah, perfect to play now. It's nice. It's like right on midnight almost. Sure, another ending? I have no. It says reach the end. It said so. I don't know. He let Mamush out and it entrapped him because he had insane claustrophobia. Oh, because that was his fear, claustrophobia. Oh. Damn. Now, there's one achievement I don't have. Read all the book pages. Yeah. Yep. That was cool. All right. Perfect, chat. Oh, man. So I'm not live tomorrow. It's Evo weekend this weekend. I'll be back Sunday, but it'll be like a 6-hour-ish stream on Sunday so I can catch the finals on Evo.
So Mein Führer Starmer was asked some questions about the new Online Safety Act, and at the same time he was sat down with President Trump, and I've got some thoughts. So let me just play you a section of the clip and then we'll talk about it.
We've got some measures which are there to protect children, in particular from sites like sites. We've had too many cases in the United Kingdom of young children taking their own lives, and when you look through their social media, they've been accessing sites which talk about suicide and encouraging, if you like, children down that road, and that is what we want to stop. Nothing about censoring free speech. But this country is the proud free speech in this country has been for a very long time. We're very, very proud of it.
Right, now there's two parts of the internet. You've got like, well, there's actually more than that, but simplification is that there's two parts of the internet. You've got the surface web, and then you've got the deep web or dark web, and they're technically two different things. But you've got like your Googles and all of that, and then you've got everything that appears on the Tor browsers. Now, at the moment, the majority of people are using surface web. They're using things like Google, YouTube, and they're navigating these platforms. And to be honest, every single platform on the surface web is so heavily regulated that to find content like Starmer suggested, it's actually very, very, very difficult. You can find it. It does exist on the surface web, but it's very difficult. Now, the new Online Safety Act that they've introduced obviously means that using the internet above anything else is just more difficult now. You need ID with you. You need to do all of this stuff to navigate the web that you wouldn't normally need to have. Now, to get around this, people are using VPNs. Yes, you can get yours down below. 4 months free, 86% off, and it supports the channel, What's Time to Be Alive. But you can use a VPN. You can use a Tor browser. And to get around all this stuff, you're going to see younger people, and I already know this, by the way, as a gaming channel with a young audience, the amount of comments I've had from that young audience telling me that they've immediately gone to a VPN to get around this. Some of these people are as young as 14, 15, 16 years old. They're using VPNs to get around all this regulation. They're now using Tor browsers, dark web browsers, to be able to use the internet as they would normally intend. Now, these people don't have nefarious activities that they want to do. They just don't want to give the government access to all of their identification information and all of that access to private companies. So what they're doing is just gravitating towards the platform that doesn't have these restrictions. Now, if you're watching this and you've ever used the dark web or deep web, whatever you want to call it, if you've ever used any of those services, it's very easy to find stuff that you don't want to see. It's very easy to find unsavory things. So what the government have now done is scared every child, every teen, every adult away from the surface internet, which, let's be honest, is all sunshine and roses compared to the dark web. And they're pushing everyone over to the dark web whilst parading around saying the children are better off. In what world? On what planet are children better off for the Online Safety Act? All they've done is push people away from the safe internet into the dangerous internet. But even then, with the dark web, it's fair to say you only find what you search for. And although it's possible to stumble across stuff that you don't want to see, it's almost impossible to do that on Google. Now, here's the problem with talking about stuff like this on YouTube. I've had to avoid saying the word, and the word that Starmer used, I've had to like chop it up and cut it out. But children finding that sort of content is horrific. No one wants that. I don't want that. You don't want that. No one in their right mind wants that. And if you do want that, honestly, go fuck yourself. But like I've said in many previous videos, there's many ways to keep children safe online. Set up parental blockers on your home hub. Go on your child's phone and actually change what they can access in their settings. All of this stuff has existed and it's simple. I wouldn't even be that offended if they brought in some sort of law where ISPs have to naturally supply internet routers with child locks on and you as an adult have to turn that off. I wouldn't be against any of that stuff, really. What I'm against is mass censorship. And obviously he tries to downplay the word censorship, and clearly someone's told Keir Starmer that the word censorship can't be used, but it is censorship. It is. You can't access some content that isn't like corn, isn't any stuff like that. There's some content that's to do with modern news, stuff that's happening in the media, things that are happening in our country that you can't access unless you're 18. Yet you can vote at 16. You can make decisions about what's happening in our country, but the government don't deem you old enough to be able to actually see what's happening in this country. I just think that it's absolutely, I know we say the word dystopian and I know it gets thrown around, but it is dystopian. You wouldn't believe this. You wouldn't believe this if anyone told you about this on the street. If someone's walking past you and said, by the way, you've got to now use your passport to listen to Spotify, no one would believe you. No one would believe you. Now, something else, and this is a slightly different topic, but I recently did a video on Yoti. Now, Yoti are one of the companies that have been entrusted by the British government to handle some of the data processing for face scans, biometric data, passports, all of this stuff. They're basically one of the companies that if you are a website host, say if you're selling, I don't know, vapes or something online and it's an adult only website and you need someone to handle the data processing because you don't want to handle passports yourself, people are going to Yoti to use them as their provider to do these safety checks. Now, in a previous video, I went through Yoti's privacy policy and it was... You need to watch that video. It's so bad. But I actually didn't realize something. I gave them the benefit of the doubt. And boy, why did I do that? Why did I do that? What an idiot. What a dumb. So I said in that video that if you don't want any of your data shared with Yoti's third parties or the people that they send off your data to verify it, you can opt out. Yeah, you can opt out after you've given them some ID. I shit you not, to have your data wiped from Yoti servers, you have to give them ID, which, by the way, if we've learned anything from, example, the T hack, which I will be doing a separate video on, but the T app, they said that they only keep passport data for around 24 hours, and they've changed it repeatedly. It's been 24 hours, 7 days, 14 days, and 30 days. Well, it's actually been found that they've been holding on to people's private information for almost as long as the websites existed. How do we know that Yoti isn't doing the same thing? Yes, they say that they don't do it, but we've seen many cases of companies lying. Yes, believe it or not, companies do lie. Now, circling back to Starmer and his recent, I don't know, date with Donald Trump, is that what we call it? I am beyond words. There's two schools of thought here. There's two schools of thought. It's either our government's being controlled by a load of people that just don't understand the internet, which could also be very equally true, or there is a conspiracy within inside the government to do something nefarious, which could also be true. Different video. But the way that they're talking about things not being censorship whilst implementing a policy which is preventing data from accessing people, it's so bizarre. Circumventing their new Online Safety Act is considered illegal, but using a VPN isn't illegal. In fact, using a VPN to get around the Online Safety Act technically isn't illegal, but getting around the Online Safety Act is illegal, which is it's like it's probably a bad example, but it's like saying drink driving's illegal unless you're in a car. It's the exact same thing. Drink driving is illegal unless you're in a car. If you're in a car, it's not illegal because it's not drink driving, even though to be driving, you have to be in a car. I'm going crazy. I'm absolutely going crazy. But this is the thing, is they've implemented some regulation without understanding any of the laws, any of the context, any of the industry around it. And at the same time of them having conversations, they're going from, we want to make VPNs illegal, to the next day issuing a statement that they'll never make VPNs illegal. But then they add some caveat to that just 6 hours later, saying that using a VPN to circumvent, oh my God, it's beyond words. I'm beyond words. There's two links down below. One, obviously, private internet access helps the channel. The second link is for the petition. The petition still keeps getting signatures. Obviously, the government did respond, and you can watch that video about the government responding. I'm mirrored. I'm flipped backwards on my screen. Up there. Look at that. Look at that. I'm holding it. You can watch that video up there. Give me your thoughts down below, boys and girls. Give me your thoughts. Thanks for watching. I shall see you all in the next one. You are a hot mum. You're looking for your partner for life. You're looking for your soulmate. But all of these dating apps are so dangerous. Well, thankfully for you, there's a dating app called T. Now, all you have to do is verify your information, show a copy of your passport or maybe some ID, driver license, or even a face scan, and you're perfectly safe. No one will ever get access to your information. Yeah. So to give you some more context, there was a dating app called T, and the whole idea was that it gave women the ability to access background information on some of the men that use the app. The whole idea behind that is to make sure that you know who you're meeting up with, you know who you're dating, and it basically tried to make dating safer for women. Whether it worked or not is a different story, but part of this whole process was about transparency. Women had to verify their data by taking a selfie of themselves and holding up their passport next to them, or a driving license or a form of ID to say that they are who they really are. Now, fortunately for them, T, the app, they claimed that they deleted that data immediately, and it was just there for verification purposes. This is sounding familiar, and we'll get back to that one later because that one's interesting. But the whole idea is it was to make the whole dating ecosystem safer for women, which sounds pretty noble, right? Now, very quickly, before we get into the juicy stuff, if you want to stay protected online and use a VPN, I've been partnered with private internet access for around about a year now. And if you use my link down below, you get yourself 4 months free, 86% off. And of course, it massively helps the channel. Overall, it works out about $2 a month, which is about like £1.60, £1.80 a month. But make sure you go and check them out. It does support the channel. Love you. Now back to the video. A dating safety app that allows women to do background checks on men and anonymously share red flag behavior has been hacked, exposing thousands of members' images, posts, and comments. T Dating Advice, a US-based women-only app with 1.6 million users, said that there had been authorized access to 72,000 images submitted by women. The further we get through this article, the crazier it gets. Some included images of women holding photo identification for verification purposes, which T's own privacy policy promises are deleted immediately after authentication. Yeah, but they weren't, were they? T said the breach affected members who signed up before February 2024. It added it had acted fast and was working with some of the most trusted cybersecurity experts. T lets women check whether potential partners are married or registered sex offenders, as well as running reverse image searches to protect against catfishing, where people use fake online identities. By the way, that's cool, useful, but it's actually against pretty much every single terms of service to use reverse image searching to identify people. I don't know how they got away with that and were able to be on the Google App Store when, anyway, different video. But one of the most controversial aspects of T is that it allows women to share information on men they have dated to avoid red flags, but also highlight those with green flag qualities. Yeah, I'll be real, I don't think I've had a single ex that has much positive to say about me. The company said that the breached photos can in no way be linked to posts within T. The firm blocks screenshots so that the posts are not shared outside the app. Ready for it? But on Friday, it also admitted that an additional 59,000 images from the app showing posts, comments, and direct messages from over 2 years ago were accessed. T says that we're taking every step to protect this community now and always. Now, all of that is obviously awful, and there's obviously T have lied about a lot of things there very clearly, because information that was supposedly deleted from their servers was accessed. Then 24 hours later, the UK government introduced the Online Safety Act, which requires people to submit photo evidence of themselves to many different websites all around the world. That sounds safe. Now, of course, this is absolutely diabolical timing for T and the UK government and us, but it is a really good example of what can go wrong. T had every privacy policy in place. They said that they deleted identification images immediately as soon as the person was verified, but as it turns out, they didn't. And also, we need to talk about some of the technical details of their hack. It wasn't done by some secretive agency or secretive group that have the top level access to some of the best, most powerful computers in the world. It was accessed through a domain that shouldn't be accessible to the public. It was basically a directory domain to the back end of their website that basically showed their internal filing system of all of the images and data relevant to their users. Technically speaking, someone just data scraped their website, which there's literally free tools out there that allow you to do that. Like, this wasn't a lapse in security. This was publishing your users' private information on a publicly accessible forum, which is absolutely insane. Now, what concerns me about all of this is a lot of people have said that, yeah, hacks happened all the time. And there's a lot of people in defense of this saying, well, how are they to know that someone would mess around with the URL and find the directory folder for the company? Well, the fact is that information shouldn't be accessible at all. No one should be able to get hold of that information. And this is one company that women around the world entrusted with their information. Now apply that to every single UK citizen over the age of 18 has to provide ID to access news articles or Spotify, or as we've heard today, Grand Theft Auto. We then end up with everyone's private information available in some capacity on some website somewhere, which is such a huge national security risk.
Can you hear me? Yep. I think you can hear me. I can see the stuff. So, you're saying that they're backing up their position, right? But did they ever actually make any law on it? Did they ever approve any law on their favor? You know? Because I never heard anything that support their cause. Yeah, I mean, their existence is absurd, but they never, like, I don't know any country that ever support in a way like they implemented any law in their favor. That's what I'm trying to say. Yeah, of course the design is wrong, but I never heard of law approved. So since yeah, no, of course it's totally wrong. I mean, but we have free speech, so it's normal to to have any kind of the topic is the level of deep approval from the leftist movement. Is it though? Like, even if some of them may approve it, I still have yet to see an actual law implemented on their favor, which I believe is never gonna happen. I'm more concerned actually on people that they will ever approve it. But it's never been the case. It has never been the case so far. That's why. And to be honest, I was not expecting that gay people were like into that. They're more concerned with legalized pedophilia, but that's not the topic. Yeah, I mean, as long as they don't put any law against it, I mean, I in approval of it, it's just talking. It's just people grouping up and wasting hair, you know. It should be wrong. It should be like, in my opinion, it should be illegal talking about promoting pedophilia. Apparently, it's not. If there is I think a group. Actually, I honestly, I didn't even know the existence of this NAMBLA, NAMBLA, how do you call it? I quickly Googled it, the existence of it. It's mental they even exist. I'm also reading that some radical group in the 70s where they were rejected immediately by the LGBT movements. Clue and Igla. Let me see. They were rejected later. 10 years. American it's a free speech matter, winning and dismissal because blah. Yeah. Man, this is crazy. I didn't even know this stuff even existed. But again, I don't see any lefties approval of any kind in a way. No, like party level, you know, or at least in recent days. Maybe when this Nambla was National Lesbian Gay Association achieve United Nations status Nambla jury exists. Yeah, basically yes. Yeah, it was. It took 20 years to separate in a way, right? Why it was probably for to catch more votes, you know. Like for example, the current, like the previous left parties was hammering a lot on the minorities, you know. That's all just to get more votes, you know, from people that yeah, I read it as a in the 2000 as a free speech matter. Again, I agree on the free speech, even if this kind of free speech is disgusting and should be considered as a threat, like a racist level, you know. I don't know why it's not Wiki one. No. Yes, father was affiliated to a number of Nambla, claiming to have joined the organization in defense of free speech. Yeah. Again, people can say whatever they want. I agree on free speech. But yes, you don't get to incite violence. Yep. I know. There's two sides of a coin, and you either have no free speech or free speech, and I prefer free speech with you know, like recognizing with what's wrong and what's right, you know. No, I'm not American. But yeah, free speech. I came from a free speech country. I mean, now I'm living in a country where free speech isn't that approved. Now I'm living in UK, so yeah, they're trying to ban free speech. I know. Like most Islamic Muslim country have no free speech, which is what UK has been turning in. You know, that's how I feel right now. Why are you in the UK for work? I moved here for better working opportunity. I came from Italy, and Italy is basically in deep shit regarding work opportunity, you know, especially the South Italy. It's easier to find job here in UK than Italy. I mean, that was my situation. And even if he happens to get a job in Italy, they wait. Yeah, I basically moved in UK when it was easy to move in UK before the Brexit. So it's been a while I'm here, in a way. No, they did not give me any support, you know. It's not like, yeah, go away, see, take this this money with you as well. It's not like they support my immigration. I just took a flight as a European member and apply for working visa. Simple. Working permit. Settlement. Which is weird that America doesn't do that, in a way. Like I understand that you're trying to block immigration from poor country. But proper immigration is I approve it, in a way. And also in Italy there was I moved to UK when we start to have the illegal immigration problem. This way before COVID, when especially in summer we used to have like 5,000-6,000 people in a boat coming there every 2-3 days. It's not about countries, it's about blocking not white countries, you know. We don't want Nigerian rabbits, you know. Aye. Yeah, I agree. This make me super racist to say, but I kind agree. Basically, what I don't like is it's illegal immigration that is not coming here as to integrate themselves in this country, but to come here and to invade it. That's how I feel it, you know. It's not like every skin color on earth is racist, which just means looking out for their own people. Like, it's not even just white people. I don't know how to explain it, but I'm afraid more about the religion they have. Because the way they think is way different than the way they think. So it's not about actually it's not even about religion. It's about the culture that they have. It's far different than the classic European one, you know, and even in America. They were able just to stamp out white self-preservation instincts with racism. I mean, nowadays, if you are a white male dude, you're basically fascist to the eyes of everybody. No? I want to make a t-shirt about that anyway. Like, white men equal fascist. Islam is here because the Gov hates its people and wants them to replace it. It will be just as dire as an issue it was on Hinduism or Shintoism. It's a takeover. It's a takeover. I believe it's a takeover. Yes, I'm a white Italian. Very white Italian, actually. Promozione. Actually, it's crazy that we had a lot of white. I feel like we had a massive amount of white people, at least here in UK, before COVID. When COVID happened, all the Italian that I knew left the country, and other like European, from France or Germany, they all left the country. They all left UK back to their own country. And since then, the only one left here, they were the Muslim or black community. They probably ate it. Yes, they probably did. But give me just a better workplace. If you give me a better workplace in Italy, I may even bring my family there. The problem is there is no way to live in peace in Italy. I heard about a small island on Italy flooded with thousands of Africans. We saw the photo. No, I haven't heard of that. Let me Google it. I'm curious. Lampedusa, Lampedusa. Oh yeah, Lampedusa is very often you get flooding, and yeah, it's quite easy for the African to reach that island. Yeah, really easy. And again, that's south. That's South Italy. It's just rubbish. It's just rubbish. It's only easy because your leader wants to be easy. Our previous leaders approved that. That's the problem. We were in the decade of leftists, which were happy to accept everybody, and also because of their European law that would not allow you to deport them straight away because they came as a refugee or shit like that, you know. Yeah, we were stuck both from the politics and also from the European law to integrate them in our country. If that makes sense. At least you guys, you don't have that kind of problem. You just have problem from South America, no? Even if it's racist to say that. Romania is taking them into all Europe. All Europe does. If you see how many of them are right now in Germany, for example. Because at some point we tried to go rid of them. The previous thingy. It's global. They funnel in from the south, but also Indian from Canada. Chinese national from Mexico. We go everywhere. Ah, interesting. I thought you had only a problem with the Hispanic community. But to be honest, I prefer Indian or Chinese, actually Chinese here, than Arabics or whatever. We have some fully white towns emerging in Arkansas and other places. A rare sight. Romania was safe when I went, poor maybe, but the worst I saw was door-to-door carpet salesman. Probably not the same anymore. Yeah, I don't mind Romania, like because we share more or less the same culture, you know. Like most of the Christians in a way, they all think mostly the same. We have all the same no wish. I can't find the word to say that. It's been 400 years of black in America and they still haven't integrated. Integration is a lie. We have Chinatown in New York City. That's not integration. Nation, family not speaking our language. Not speaking your language is a long shot, but yeah, I agree with that. I agree. But the language is something that is hard to get rid of it, you know. Even me, when I meet other Italians, I prefer to speak in Italian, you know. It's natural to talk in Italian. You can't agree, you get arrested in the UK. Shh. But yeah. Yeah, it's only a matter of time that YouTube is gonna ask me for my ID, and I have to behave with my words and the content that I stream. It's all a matter of time. I learned Romanian over the summer. If anyone give a shit about integrating, they would. They aren't here to integrate. This may be outtake, but I blame the government because they don't integrate them. They promote isolation. Like, for example, the moment I reached this country, I was able to find an Italian. How you say borgo? I like an Italian place, not place, district. I don't know the right word, but yeah, like in the place where I used to live before, there were a lot of Italian around me, living around me, and that's no integration in my opinion. Like, the moment I apply for a settlement here, I should have been placed around UK people, in my opinion. Force me to interact with them rather than me find a way to isolate myself with other Italian people. That's what I'm trying to say. The government can't integrate. Integration is a generational project. Religion, custom, culture. If I go to Japan, I will never be Japanese, but my great grandchildren might be. Yes. But yes, I agree. I agree to a certain point. I still believe that if I'm moved and if I'm forced to stay around to live around actually UK citizen, I will be forced to integrate myself, you know. I will be forced to learn their culture. But in our case, it's very similar to ours, to the Italian one, you know, because we are mostly Christian and we are white and we have the same well, you are white Western. Integration issues are much less severe. Exactly. So what I would love to see is immigration in a like in a lower quantity. How do you say? Like allowing immigration, but in a small portion, so that I can distribute them around UK, so that they can integrate, and I force them to integrate. Yeah, that's what I would do. Instead of we need negative immigration, period. But one immigrant will eventually bring me money. He will pay taxes. He will find a job. He will pay rent. He will make a kid. The kid will pay taxes. He will make a family. You know? It's the problem that they're not integrated. A nation isn't GDP. A nation is a people. No. A nation is GDP. A nation without GDP is a nation that doesn't work. Like you have criminal all over the place if your GDP is rubbish, you know. Yes, it is. Irish is tax base. I want immigration for the sake of having more money in my GDP, not for culturalism or whatever liberal shit they can give us. I'm not saying infinite immigrants. I'm not saying please illegal immigrants come in float in our soil with no paper, with thingy. I'm not saying that. I'm saying I select which one of you can come in my country, and I will choose what you put in my country, and you have to regularly be checked to see if you are immigrating in my country. And if you don't find a job immediately, you know what to be here, get out. Yeah, I'm not supporting the pairing. I'm not supporting that. If that's your goal, you need to increase families and children. You're twisted. But my people don't want children. My people don't want families. And so I rely on immigrants. I rely on immigration, you know. What would you prefer? Having one family with good with good tradition, with like a country tradition, or two families with country tradition, you know? This will force a desire for family. No, the desire for family increase when the GDP increase. If there are more money and more job and the country run fast, then you have people that accept having family. I want Italian to exist with good GDP, with high GDP, and that's possible. No, pick one. I can't pick one. I pick one, and the other now kiss. By the way, at the moment, I will just turn myself in a Poland country. Like the way they say no to immigration is what I will do. Like you crossing this border, I shoot you in the face. I mean, you come from the right gate here. I check your paper. I check if you are if you fit my requirements, and then I will open the door. I don't care if you came from a refugee, whatever, as a refugee. My people at the moment are living like refugees. I don't need another one from another country. I don't need more from another country.
that I don't even need to sit here and explain it to you. Now, something that I do find extremely interesting is obviously back in 2018, we had GDPR, which the whole point of GDPR was so that us as users, when we're using a website, we knew exactly what cookies and what tracking data was being taken from us as users of that site. And yes, if you're a business owner that uses a website, obviously you would have had a headache in 2018. I know I did. But overall, it was very pro-consumer. It was very, hang on, you as a user, you as a person need to know what data is being tracked from you. Now, this was an EU regulation. Obviously, at the time, Britain was in the EU. And when we left the EU, when Brexit took place, we continued using these same requirements because they are very pro-consumer. And GDPR, for all its flaws, was very good for us as users. And part of the General Data Protection Regulation handbook that was given out to every business was about how those businesses should handle people's data. But there was also a dedicated section for us users that basically said what we should be careful of, that we shouldn't be submitting any forms of ID or passports to any private websites. Now, obviously, after we left the EU, the government instituted its own version of that, and it pretty much was word for word exactly the same, just called something different. And just a mere 7 years later, they're saying, by the way, you should send your passports, your driving license to every single private business so you can use the interwebs. Like, what? And this just brings it down to the fact that all of this regulation is simply just to win good boy voting points for Labour, which I think has seriously backfired, because I'm sure there's many people out there that support this regulation, but I also think that there's a significant amount more people that don't. And this brings us to today with some more leaks. Yes, I've had a few people email me, message me, and by the way, thank you for all of the tip-offs you guys are giving me, that apparently data from UK citizens has already leaked on the internet. So on the deep web / dark web, there is passports, driving license, verification images already being sold from UK citizens that have been dated as current ones, as ones that have come from since this regulation came into effect. There's even whole businesses set up around the idea of selling this information in bulk quantities. Now, this has always existed on the dark web. Everyone knows this stuff has already been out there. People are selling identities all the time, but there's whole businesses and brands that have been created around the new Online Safety Act. Like, that's how serious this issue has already got. Now, I'm sure there'll be investigations over the coming weeks and months to find out where this data came from, but by the time they figure all of that out, there will be thousands, if not hundreds of thousands, if not millions of more people's data leaked through various means. So yeah, this just proves that the Online Safety Act just doesn't work. One more thing that I just need to add to the end of this video. There's a TikTok account that's currently getting millions of views with my content, and a lot of people have been commenting on that and then emailing me, because they're trying to get hold of me. This isn't my account. This isn't me. This is nothing to do with me. This person's pretending to be me. I've noticed there's been a few links going up in the description to various Telegram groups. I don't have Telegram. I don't have any of this stuff. I'd never ask you for money on this channel. I'd never do anything like that. That person isn't me, and a lot of people are getting very frustrated because they've joined some group or group chats that are to do with me when they're not. I've spoke to TikTok, reported it to TikTok. TikTok have basically said that I can't prove who I am, so they don't need to prove who they are. And yeah, even though you can see that the videos are my YouTube videos, TikTok are doing absolutely nothing about it. But you need to know this so you don't get scammed. So yeah, that's not me. Thank you for watching. Make sure you go and check out private internet access at the link below. It helps the channel, and I'll see you all in the next one.
You all know about the stuff going on in the UK, right? All the privacy laws. If you live in the UK, I'm sure you're all too aware of it. But basically, the UK passed a law that is aimed, and what they say is that the intention is to protect the children, which who could possibly be against that, right? But basically what it means in practice, which is a separate question from what the intent is, in practice it means that all sorts of things that are gated based on age now require verification. So there's been stories, for example, over the last couple of weeks where people can't get into Discord servers, even Discord servers they own, unless they can verify through a third-party source their age. Some of them are doing it through face scans, where you use your phone, take a picture, it uses whatever algorithm to guesstimate your age based on the picture. Other companies are using verification through like actual government IDs and stuff. So you have to scan your government ID and upload it to a website to get access to it if it's meant for adults. And it's no doubt coming to games as well. Well, Tez 2 is a gaming sort of maybe reporter, or he covers gaming stuff, specifically Rockstar stuff. And he was doing some data mining from the looks of it into GTA Online. And what he found was exactly what you would expect given this new law from the UK. Rockstar is planning to implement age assurance checks in the near future, rolling them out by region, meaning you will likely need to verify your age in order to access GTA Online, and possibly even when GTA 6 launches as an M-rated video game, also just the game. You'll need to verify your age. And they might also just lock certain features and like in-game systems behind these walls. So maybe you can only access phone messages, text chat, Snapmatic until you verify your age, and then that unlocks. Who knows? But they are building into their code these checks. So soon you will have to do that. You'll have to do that. There's a dude in the UK with tattoos on his face who cannot get verified by selfie. AI recognizes his face as a mask. Okay, that was a little funny. The one most amazing workaround I've seen is Death Stranding 2. They go into the photo mode of Death Stranding 2 and point the camera at Sam, and because he's moving and shifting around, it thinks it's an actual person and passes, which is just kind of cool. It's just kind of cool. But this is only the beginning. You know, this UK law, as far as I understand it, as somebody in the great freedom country, the law in the UK will only continue to apply to more and more things as new things release, and nobody wants to infringe upon this. So everybody's going to play by the rules. It's not Rockstar's fault. It's not anybody else's fault. It's the government's fault for passing a brain-dead law, in my opinion. And this is what you get for it. This is what you get. I mean, realistically, you could see games, whether it's Call of Duty or even Battlefield 6 or whatever, if it's rated M, you won't be able to play it unless you verify your age. And right now, yeah, there's workarounds where you scan Sam's face inside of Death Stranding 2 or something, and you get around it. They, like, the people enforcing this are seeing those workarounds. Soon they might just say, okay, screw it, that doesn't work anymore. You have to send in a scan of your government ID or something. Like, that's the standard, you know, because if they notice that you can work around it so easy, it's not impossible. It's I would argue quite likely that they'll just start to try and enforce it another way. Now, VPNs, yes, VPNs are currently also a workaround, which is a nice workaround to have. But we had somebody in here the other day, maybe you guys know and can verify. Somebody in chat the other day was from the UK and said that there's already talks of banning VPNs, which of course they are. So, just be aware. This is happening. If you're in the UK and you don't like this, get out and vote. Make fun of your politicians. That's always a good idea. Put them into adult cartoons, like South Park, make your own South Park, tease them that way. They love that kind of thing. Just make it clear. Stand up, stand up, figure it out. The kids will find workarounds. I mean, they're very resourceful, but it's only, one step at a time to get more and more egregious. And, I don't like the idea of governments being involved in my hobbies, period. And, seeing broad government enforcement over this stuff is just kind of silly and little wacky. They do say it's all intended to protect the children, which I can of course appreciate as somebody who has children. I can appreciate that intent, but as they also say, the road to hell is paved with good intentions, and in this case, you might be meaning well, but end up screwing things up pretty significantly in the process. So be aware if you're in the UK, this is happening. This is happening. It's possible it also comes to other countries as well. I don't know why, honestly, Rockstar would start age restricting stuff in the US if they can help it, because let's be real, there's a lot of minors who are playing and spending a lot of money on these games. So if they can avoid enforcing it in other countries, I think they will. But still, just be aware. Just be aware. Am I pro or against this law? No, I mean, I don't think that this... if the intention is to protect the children, I think the children are just going to work around it, and then you manage to also have the government get directly involved in what video games can and can't be released, how they have to be released. I don't think this achieves what they're trying to achieve. I think it bungles everything else. And it also is just another step towards government regulation of your hobby, which I don't love. Like, I don't want the government telling me which golf clubs I can buy. Like, I don't want them telling me, like, I just, I like my stuff. I like doing my thing, you know? Yeah, they're going up against Wikipedia. Yeah, in social media, they wanted to get X banned countrywide. Like, yeah, what they'll say, they'll always tell you the intention is good. They'll tell you something you can't disagree with, right? Like, so you don't like children is what you're saying. It's like, no, I just don't think you are capable of doing the thing you want to do. And I think you're also just trying to control everything in life and ruin everybody's liberty. Sorry, I pulled a muscle in my back. I'm trying to get my back to pop. But they'll be like, oh, well, this is meant to protect the children. So if you disagree with us, you don't like children. And it's like, no, you're the one trying to frame it that way, you know? Yeah, what are you going to do with that golf club? Exactly.
This is a critical conversation around truly the future of humanity.
But we don't like to talk about this. This report is absolutely shocking. This is a crisis and young men are struggling. So I sat down with two leading voices on societal issues to discuss the rise of millions of lonely, addicted men. And the most important question is, how do we fix this? So let's start with this graph. It shows that young women are now out-earning young men.
It is true. We have given women so many tools to achieve, but now boys are being left behind.
And that the number of males aged 16 to 24 who are not in education or employment has increased by a staggering 40%.
Yeah.
And the data I've seen is that when the woman in the relationship starts making more money, they become twice as likely to get divorced.
Because traditionally women seek partners who have more economic or social status than they do. And emotional intelligence is the new currency in dating. But these guys were raised not to be emotionally intelligent, but to be a provider.
That a lack of male involvement in kids' lives is a big factor leading to this. And once they lose a male role model, they become much more likely to engage in criminal activity.
And so we are just creating a lot of these angry young single men who are saying, well, this is rigged against me.
We actually asked some of our audience to write in, and this guy, Jeffrey, wrote in and said, my entire life, I have never felt like I was good enough. Like I could never earn my place in society.
It's devastating. But something that's controversial I've gotten pushback on. I think the secret weapon for men that they don't leverage is to...
So I want to hear a woman's perspective on it.
Honestly, what I would do is...
This has always blown my mind a little bit. 53% of you that listen to this show regularly haven't yet subscribed to this show. So could I ask you for a favor before we start? If you like the show and you like what we do here and you want to support us, the free, simple way that you can do just that is by hitting the subscribe button. And my commitment to you is if you do that, then I'll do everything in my power, me and my team, to make sure that this show is better for you every single week. We'll listen to your feedback, we'll find the guests that you want me to speak to, and we'll continue to do what we do. Thank you so much. Lost Boys. In March 2025, the Centre of Social Justice released this report which has sent a couple of shockwaves across the UK, especially across the media. And just to give you a little bit of a sort of preface and some context on what this report says, at the start of the report, Andy Cook, who's the CEO of the report, says, "We listen to those working on the front line, the teachers, the youth workers, the charities, and the parents who day in, day out see the struggles of young people. And in recent years, they've been telling us the same thing. Something is going on with our boys." And because of this, they wrote this report called The Lost Boys, which looks at all of the different facets of why young men are struggling. And in this report, they say boys are struggling in education. They're more likely to take their own lives. They're finding it more difficult to find stable work. And far too often they're caught in crime. The numbers don't lie. Something has shifted and we cannot ignore it any longer. It's not just about Andrew Tate or online influencers. These are symptoms, not the cause. The deeper truth is that too many boys are growing up without the guidance, discipline, and purpose they need to survive. And there's some frankly horrific graphs, which actually sent the CEO of my company, a lady called Georgie, into quite an emotional state. She texted me and told me she was crying looking at some of these graphs, which we'll talk about today. But this is a subject that I know both of you know very, very well. So I'm keen to get into exactly why this is happening and what we can do about it. But to preface this discussion, to understand where you both come from and the perspective you have, Logan, who are you?
Yes.
And what do you do?
I'm a behavioral scientist turned dating coach. So that means that I take all the lessons from the field of behavioral science, how we make decisions, and then I apply them to the field of relationship science, which is how love works. And so I'm really passionate about this topic because for a long time, I've found that wherever I go, people say, oh, I know all these great single women. Do you know any great single guys? And I just thought, oh, okay, maybe that's always been happening. But when I actually dug into the data, I saw that we are truly in a dating crisis right now. And there is a huge mating gap between the type of men that women are looking for and the type of men that are available. This is a critical conversation around truly the future of humanity because marriage rates are down. That means birth rates are down. And so this conversation is extremely important.
And what sort of reference points do you draw upon? Because you've got some sort of unique access to data, right?
Right. So I work at Hinge for the last 5 years. And so I have access to tons of data there around how daters are dating now, how daters are dating differently, what sets successful daters apart. And then I also have conducted my own research for this conversation. So I sent out a survey to thousands of my newsletter subscribers, and people were very excited to talk about this. And I've conducted a lot of new research that I'll be sharing for the first time on this topic.
So I make my living looking at data and trying to come up with insights. I spend most of my career looking at data to try and add shareholder value. And then I have the luxury now of focusing on things I'm really interested in. And I just stumbled upon data that reflects that the cohort that is ascended fastest globally is women. And this is a wonderful thing and a huge collective victory. And the group that has fallen furthest fastest is men in Western markets. And the data was just so overwhelming. And also, I was close to being one of these men. I didn't have a lot of economic or romantic prospects when I was a young man, but there were programs and an environment where I could be successful. And I worry that some of the temptations of technology, the economic trends, had they been where they are now then, I could have very easily ended up a statistic. So I just sort of relate to these problems.
I'm keen to understand from your perspectives what you think like the first domino that falls in a young man's life or a young boy's life that causes the outcomes we're talking about today. Like where is the first place to start?
So the research I've looked at, and Richard Reeves from the American Institute of Boys and Men has done good research here, the point of failure, if you reverse engineered issues to, is when a boy loses a male role model. And that is, in the US, we have the second most single family parent homes behind Sweden. And what's interesting is that in single parent homes, girls actually have similar outcomes, similar rates of high school attendance, income, rates of self-harm. Boys, once they lose a male role model, become much more likely to be incarcerated, engage in criminal activity, harm themselves. It ends up that while being physically stronger, boys are emotionally and mentally much weaker. So the loss of a male role model is, I would argue, kind of the first point of failure that predicts that a boy is going to struggle. And that has impacts on family court, economic policy, and just general zeitgeist in our society where men need to step up. If we want better men, we need to be better men. We need to step into that void.
Another one that Richard Reeves talks about is that there's not enough men in the education system.
100%.
So I believe when Tim Waltz was a teacher, 1 out of 3 teachers in his school was a man, but now it's like 24%.
Yeah.
And so where do kids spend most of their time? In school. And who's teaching them? Mostly not men.
And you think, well, women can be fantastic teachers, and it's true, but after school programs, not as many coaches that typically are male, not as much compensation, so they don't get rewarded for being coaches. And if you just think about it logically, who does a teacher champion? A teacher champions someone that reminds them of themselves when they were a kid. So, and also just look at there's incredible bias, I would argue, against males in school. A boy is twice as likely to be suspended on a behavior adjusted basis, twice as likely to be suspended for the exact same infraction as a girl, 5 times as likely if it's a black boy. And once you're suspended twice, it probably means you're not going to college. In addition, look at the behaviors we promote in school. Sit still, be a pleaser, be organized, raise your hand. You basically just described a girl. And also, quite frankly, a lot of the jobs that require tertiary education attainment, there's more women now in law school and medical school, and quite frankly, good for them. They're just better at that. They're better students. They deserve to make more money. They deserve it. But the reality is, it has huge ramifications when we no longer have wood, auto, or metal shop. They've gone away.
Right.
So those used to be a path to do some middle-class jobs. They've been replaced by computer science. So what are the paths for the 2/3 of males that aren't going to end up with a traditional liberal arts college degree?
Right. And just to add a few more stats to that, so we know that 70% of valedictorians in the US are female, and women are much more likely to be in the top 10% of their class. But then on the SAT, men and women, or young men and women, earn the same scores. So there's definitely something happening in schools that is prioritizing the female experience, or that women are better at that. We definitely want to celebrate the success of women. I think the changes that have happened over the last 50 years are incredible, and I feel like I'm a beneficiary of that, and so is my daughter. If you look at all of the books that my daughter was given when she was born, they're about great women in history, you can be anything, dream big, little one. And so I feel like we have given women so many tools to achieve, and in many ways those have been manifested, but now boys are being left behind. And so this isn't a zero-sum game. I was nervous about coming on here because I thought people would say, she's a male apologist. She doesn't see how much women are still struggling. I think everyone is struggling. I think life is hard.
Yeah.
But what's happening right now is we need to have empathy for young men, and we need to bring them up, because this isn't just a problem about young men. And patriarchy doesn't just hurt women. A lot of people think about the patriarchy as something that prizes men and hurts women. But when there's a very narrow definition of men, everyone is hurt by that. And that's all the research that I've done, is over and over seeing women feel like they are not enough good men to date, and men feel like they're being held to a ridiculous standard of holding both sides of the coin, being feminine and masculine.
It turns out, as you were speaking, I was looking at the stats around fatherless homes, and it turns out that there has been a significant increase in the amount of young boys being raised without a father present. About 25% live without a biological step or adoptive father, according to the National Fatherhood Initiative. In the US has the world's highest rate of children living in a single parent household, and 92% of the time that's with the mother alone. And in 1968, only 11% of children lived with only their mother, compared to 21% in 2020. So that's doubled in the last 50 odd years, which is pretty staggering. And then obviously the consequence of that, as Scott described, is that individuals from father absent homes were 300% more likely to carry drugs, to carry guns, to deal drugs, and there's this huge plethora of mental health consequences if you don't have a father in the home. I mean, what do we do about that? And like, where are the fathers?
Yeah.
Where are the role? Where are they going?
Well, it's complicated. There's male abandonment. There's just no getting around it. But also, going back to family courts, sometimes the courts in the our economy make it difficult for a man to stay involved in the kids' lives. And also, family courts getting better at saying, all right, the kids, I mean, just a personal anecdote. I have a friend who recently has gone through divorce, 2 daughters, very much wants to be involved in their lives. They're 13 and 15-year-old girls, and quite frankly, dad's there on the weekends, and they got their own thing going on. And they don't necessarily make dad a priority. And dad's not around for what I call the garbage time. And that is what I found with my boys is the moments of serendipity and connection happen randomly when you're taking them to school, when you're out in the back, jumping around or playing whatever it is, these garbage moments. And when you're not in the household, for whatever reason, there isn't that much garbage time. And I think slowly but surely they lose sometimes connection with their kid. There's something weird going on. I'm curious, Logan, if you've got data on this, but you have a 1-year-old daughter, right? You're going to be amazed when my 14-year-old boy had a Halloween party. And the boys are like cute, but they're dopes. They're boys. There's some 14-year-old girls who look like they could be the junior senator from Pennsylvania. They're 5'10". They're articulate. Yeah. Hello, Mr. Galloway. How are you? What a lovely home. And the boys are like, I don't know. And biologically, girls mature faster. Their prefrontal cortex is 18 months ahead of a boy's. An 18-year-old girl or woman is competing against a 16-and-a-half-year-old when she's competing against an 18-year-old. And they're even finding that it's getting worse, that women or girls are starting to menstruate earlier and boys' testicles are descending later. So the gap in maturity, biological gap, they think might even be growing, and they don't know if it's pesticides. But when I meet my 8th graders' colleagues, there's a huge difference
Colleagues.
between the boys and the girls.
Yeah.
And one of Richard's suggestions is that we redshirt boys, that we hold them a year back. The boys start kindergarten at 6, whereas girls start at 5.
So the research in the UK shows that 70% of girls are ready to start school at age 5, but many fewer boys are capable of starting at that age in terms of readiness. And so if you were to hold boys back, then they might be on more equal playing field for those critical moments of 4 to 5, of 13 to 14, where the brains really develop at a different stage.
I want to talk about that sort of early education experience and how it can be adapted, but also just like if the environment of the classroom is right for boys. As we were talking about the point about fathers and listeners as well, I found this graph, which is also pretty shocking. And it goes into something you said, Scott. It basically shows that the absence of a father on a boy causes depressive symptoms, but the absence of a father on a young girl doesn't cause the same depressive symptoms, which means that the absence of a father for a boy drastically increases their chance of being depressed, whereas if for a girl it doesn't.
There's a lot of other graphs that look like that in terms of women and young girls are just actually a lot more resilient in childhood. So if you are in foster care as a young woman, you have less negative outcomes than young men. And so there's this theory in parenting of, is your child an orchid or a dandelion? And so the orchid really needs very particular situations to grow. They need a certain amount of light. They need to be watered in a particular way, and they'll thrive in some situations and they will not thrive in others. Whereas a dandelion can really survive in many situations. And so women, young girls tend to be more dandelions in childhood. And so that's why when you have a boy and a girl both in negative situations, the boy is more negatively impacted.
Boys are just weaker. There's a crazy stat I read that 2 15-year-olds, a boy and a girl, both sexually molested. And to be clear, they're equally heinous crimes. But the boy who's sexually molested is 6 to 10 times more likely to kill himself later in life. It ends up that boys are just less resilient.
Do you think there's somehow more of a stigma there? Like, I wonder why that's
Shame,
so
they
dramatic.
can't talk about it, aren't comfortable, feel there's a lack. I mean, I think just until a few years ago, the social incentives were to never speak about it.
Right.
I was on Lewis Howe's podcast, and he just openly said, I was sexually abused as a child. And it was so shocking for me to hear this big, handsome guy.
Yeah.
I don't think he would have said it 10 or 20 years ago. I think people would have assumed that it was his fault. It made him less of a man. So I think a lot of that has hopefully gotten better. But we just have to acknowledge boys mentally and emotionally are weaker than girls.
Lewis Howes didn't admit that until a couple of years ago.
Is that right?
So he's lived with that his whole life. And it wasn't until he was, I think, having dysfunction in his relationships and a few other things had happened that he decided he wanted to say it publicly for the first time, which again feeds into your point. We actually asked some of our audience to write in, and one of the people that wrote in was a teacher in a primary/preschool. And she said to me, she was an anonymous teacher in Germany, and she says, every year it seems like more and more children, always boys, have this new energy to destroy the classroom dynamics. These boys almost always have 2 things in common: a lack of boundaries at home and unsupervised, unlimited access to all kinds of content on the internet, e.g. porn. Their perception of what is okay and what is right becomes completely distorted. I have tried so many things, and every year it's becoming an even bigger challenge. Young boys in school. So one proposal is to delay education for boys, put them in education later. Is the classroom itself a problem? Like the sitting in school, listening to someone speak at you. Someone proposed to me on this podcast before that boys need more sort of practical play, and the classroom isn't designed for that. I wasn't sure if that was...
Well, in single-sex boys' school, they end up with double the amount of recess time. And that is I equate boys to dogs. A happy dog is a tired dog. And if it's not tired, if it doesn't get to run, it's going to cause trouble. And I feel the same way about boys. So in these schools where they decide what's best for the boys, there's usually more exercise and more free play and more roughhousing, co-ed schools. And you're also seeing, I think with boys, I mean, there's just, by even acknowledging that men play a critical role in boys' lives a few years ago, that was seen as sexist. What, you mean, what, you're saying moms can't do this? And I can just tell you there are certain moments when my partner needs me to weigh in. I don't know if it's the depth of my voice, my physical size, the way they relate to me, the fact that I'm not, you need dad. Or that's what I have found, especially with boys. They need almost like that not physical intimidation, but it's almost like they begin tuning out their mom over time. I mean, they're incredibly close to their mother. They look to her for nurturing. When they really have a problem, I find they go to mom. But they will constantly test the boundaries, constantly. And I think a lot of single mothers, quite frankly, with boys, just can't keep a lid on that kid. They can't control the kid. So, and I think you're finding at schools when there's no male kind of, I don't know, involvement or that I don't know, what I'll call physical presence, and then you add on this DOPA machine that they get used to squeezing a DOPA bag 100 times a day as they need it, and then you take the DOPA bag away, they're just more prone to emotional outbursts. I'm curious if you've done any research around why that emotional outburst more common among boys than girls?
I haven't done that research, but I am imagining that there's moms out there that are raising boys on their own, and they might be like, yes, it is hard, but what do I do?
Right.
And so for that boy who isn't taught by a lot of guys in school and isn't in the Boy Scouts, which doesn't exist anymore, or it doesn't have big brothers, big sisters, like, what does that mom do?
So, but that you brought up Boy Scouts in America. There's Scouts for America,
Right.
and it can be boys and girls.
Right.
But Girl Scouts have their own single
Yeah.
sex, but Boy Scouts aren't allowed to have their own
Right.
single sex. So the question is, all right, what do you do? And I think that we need a societal zeitgeist that says immediately, if there's no longer a male involved, we have to get other men involved
Mhm.
and acknowledge that that's not being sexist, that's important, that you get men involved. And I think, so I came from a single parent household, raised by a single immigrant mother who lived and died as secretary, light of my life. As soon as my dad was gone, and then he had to move away for work, she got other men involved in my life. And I had wonderful men involved in my life. I had a stockbroker. Neighbor down the hall came in with his girlfriend and said, do you want to go horseback riding? You take me horseback riding. I don't know if men would be comfortable doing that in today's age. So getting men involved in their lives, after school programs, Boy Scouts. I had a lot of wonderful men. I used to go camping, and there were men everywhere involved in my life. And I worry that a lot of those institutions,
Yeah.
and also there's a reticence and a hesitance for men to get involved in a boy's life that isn't theirs, for fear they're going to be perceived as something's wrong with them.
I was thinking that. So if we have less men in the home raising the children, and then we go to school, and the stat says that 72% of teachers in middle school are women as well. There's no men at school either. It's no wonder that boys are struggling so severely at such a young, early age for so many reasons, because one would assume that they're being socialized in the same way as girls. I'm seeing, I've got a mother at home, don't have a father. I've got women at school, don't have male teachers. I mean, that's a controversial thing to say. I'm sure it used to be, but I think people are waking up a little bit now.
We need more male teachers. There's more female fighter pilots per capita than male kindergarten teachers. There's an absence. There are some boys, not some, there are millions of boys in America whose first male role model is a prison guard. Yeah. And there's just no men in their lives. After school programs being canceled, no women, very, very few men, K through 12. Dad's not around. There are literally communities, you read articles about it, where it's like, where are the men?
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to figure out. Where are they?
Online.
Doesn't look like they're in work. They're not in college.
The reality is, there just aren't, for a lot of reasons, a host of reasons, a lack of male involvement in kids' lives is a big, big factor leading to this. There are other factors. There's socioeconomic factors. There's biological factors. There's a lack of vocational training. There's outsourcing of many of the jobs that made a man's path to the middle class viable. I mean, you want to talk about the UK, a big problem is the lack of growth.
Yeah.
There's not a lot of income opportunities for a young man who's not exceptional. And what we've seen in the US is essentially, if you look at our economic policies and college, it's never been better to be remarkable. Like, if you're in the top 10% of your high school class, you're going to make more money than the top 10% did 10, 20, 30. If you end up at Google, you're going to make A kid at Google who's amazing, computer science degree, can make millions of dollars by the time they're 30. But I can prove to every one of us, mathematically, that 99% of our children are not in the top 1%. And our economic policies have basically said that school and college is meant to identify a super class of 1%ers that we're going to try and turn into billionaires, instead of figuring out the infrastructure and the programs to ensure the bottom 90 have a shot at being in the top 10. And one of the stats is just around college acceptance. When I applied to UCLA, the acceptance rate was 76%. Now it's 9%. I was unremarkable for whatever reason, prefrontal cortex, single mother, whatever you want to call it. But back then they had the mission and the charge to let in unremarkable kids. And that's no longer the case, because America's superpowers are optimism. And we all believe our kids in that top 1%. And the reality is they're not. Or people think, I like an economy where you can make $1 billion because that's going to be me one day. So they have ignored the fact that we are crowding more and more prosperity and opportunity into the remarkable. And for me, it comes down to what do we want in America and the UK? Do we want a super class of billionaires, or do we want a society and an operating system that gives unremarkable people a shot of being in the top 10%? It's become winner take all. And we have purposely created a set of economic and educational policies that crowd a massive amount of prosperity into the top 1%. And we have opted for it because we believe we have a shot at being in that top 1%.
I love that, because I think that the winner takes all applies to a lot of different things. So I bet the top 10% of Americans now are healthier than they've ever been, while the rest of the country
100%.
has never been healthy.
Best healthcare in the world if you're in the top 10%.
Yeah. Or in marriages, the top marriages today are the best marriages of all time, yet we have declining marriage rates. So we're nearing the lowest rate of marriage that we've ever had in American history. So most people or fewer people are getting married, but if you're, 2 college graduates who get married in your 30s, you might have an even stronger bond than people in the past. But that is a small group at the top.
Marriage has become a luxury item.
Yeah.
If you're in the top quintile of income earning households, you're 75% get married. If you're in the bottom quintile, only 25. If you're in the lower quintile of income earning men, only 1 in 4 chance of getting married.
And this has huge impact on our society, because we know that married people are healthier, they're wealthier, they live longer. When couples are married, they actually have lower rates of child poverty. And so this has huge implications for our society if we're having fewer marriages, especially when you think about having fewer babies.
I want to get into dating and marriage and love and all those things. One of the things that really shocked me as I was preparing for this conversation was this graph, because this isn't the narrative that we hear. Can you both see this one? This is the reverse gender gap.
Oh, yeah.
Gender pay gap graph.
Right.
And it shows that young women are now out earning young men. That's not what I heard. In terms of, like, if I log onto social media, we've been trying to fight the gender pay gap, but to see that young men are now falling behind, both in education, both in unemployment. Young men face higher unemployment, nearly twice the rate of women. Looking at the early developmental stats, this graph was horrifying. I actually couldn't believe that was true, that young boys are struggling so much in education, but then to see also that it's reflected in...
So that graph shows that boys age 16 to 24 are making 10% less in full-time employment than women. And so it is true that we're seeing a reverse income graph. But what we do need to talk about is, even when women make more in their 20s, that changes around age 30.
And they have kids.
When they have kids,
Yeah.
right? It's like this meteorite hits
Yeah.
and there's this huge burden placed on women. And I think that's a big part of the conversation that we'll talk about when we talk about dating, is women still feel like they have to have, do all the household chores and raise the kids, but suddenly they have to earn a full-time income too.
100%.
And so many of the gender roles are changing. And so, yes, that graph is true. We have seen since 2020 that there's a shift, but I don't want to just say, oh, women are making more in perpetuity, because as soon as there's kids involved, they pay the price.
Do you said that women feel the need to then also earn a career and all those things? Where did that come from?
Well, there's this idea of hypergamy. So traditionally, women seek partners who have more economic or social status than they do. And for most of human history, this worked because men had the resources. And so there was sort of this arrangement where women could often marry someone who is more educated or earned more. But over the last 50 years, that's really changed. And so what I'm seeing in my work, working one-on-one with women, is that when they say that there aren't enough good guys to go around, that's actually true. So we now have this huge mating gap where we have these high performing, high earning women that have done the work and gone to therapy and work out, and they're ready for their great partner, but they're not able to find enough guys who are available. And if this is a problem now with the women I work with in their 30s, we are going to be facing a much more severe crisis 10, 15 years from now. So currently 60% of college enrollment is women, but soon it's going to be for every 2 women that graduate, it'll be 1 man. So that means half of those women will not have a guy who graduated from college. And so this is a crisis because these women are saying, okay, if you cannot be the provider, then you need to be offering more. Emotional intelligence is the new currency in dating. But these guys were raised not to be emotionally intelligent, not to give emotional support, but to be a provider. And so they've been chasing this lion. I'm going to hunt for this lion of being a provider. But suddenly they're told you need to hunt for a tiger, which is emotional intelligence. They don't have the skills to do that. And so women have raised the bar in terms of what they need from men, while men are continuously falling behind.
Yeah, there's a lot there. There's some nuance around the pay thing. So the data I've seen is that women under the age of 30 in urban areas are now making more money. But to your point, the moment they have kids, where corporate America has really failed is it hasn't figured out a way to maintain a woman's professional trajectory once she decides to deploy her ovaries and have kids. And there's some data saying, okay, 2/3 of divorce can be reverse engineered to the man starting to make less money. When the woman in the relationship starts making more money, they become twice as likely to get divorced, 3 times as likely to use ED drugs because the guy loses a sense of purpose and self-esteem. What gets lost in that data is the reality is if a woman is stepping up and stepping into the economic void and being more economically, being a greater economic contributor, then logically it would make sense that men need to step up logistically. And I think what a lot of women are saying is like, okay, I'm not getting anything. You're no longer a provider. And by the way, you haven't filled that void. You haven't made up the delta. So there's some nuance around it. What also I think is important to say is that if women are better students and showing the discipline and the skills to go to college in an information economy and making more money, then okay, good on them. Just as for whatever reason, men made more money. Maybe it wasn't fair, but it's not a crime against humanity if women have the skills to make more money. What happens though is the second order effects that you're talking about, and that is, and we don't like to talk about this, 75% of women say that economic viability is hugely important in a mate. Only 25% of men. For men, it's not a criteria. For women, it is. And Chris Williamson of the Modern Wisdom podcast, he has this great stat, or he calls it the high heels effect. And that is 50% of women say they won't date a man shorter than them. I'm curious what you think, but I think it's more like 80%. I think it's an embarrassing thing to say because just instinctively, women feel like they'll be vulnerable during gestation and they want someone they think physically could protect them. I just think it's hardwired into them even if they don't know it. Women, metaphorically, are getting taller every year, and women made horizontally and up, and men horizontally and down.
Right.
And when the pool of horizontal and up keeps shrinking, they just have, so this notion, a ton of great women, where are the men? Or there's no men? There's a lot of men, just not men they'd want to date.
Right.
And then you speedball it with the guys who are in the top 10% can engage in Porsche polygamy. They can get a date every goddamn night, which does not encourage long-term or very good behavior. So the guys they all want are not incented to enter into long-term relationships. And the bottom half of men are literally shut out of the mating market. And we always kind of, and this goes to your bailiwick, kind of portray men as the predators and the idiots and they just got their act together. There's something strange going on in that as online dating. When a woman can go out with a guy, a high status male, and I'll put forward this thesis and I want you to respond to it. She can have sex with him, which gives her the impression that's her weight class for a relationship, but he's not interested in a relationship. And then she basically decides the bottom 90 are no longer in her weight class. And you can't tell a woman to lower her expectations, but the reality is, and what the data I've seen on dating apps is that all of the women want the same few guys and they shut out the rest.
Yeah, okay, so there's a few things I'll respond to there. So one, going back to the income graph, I want to just call out that yes, right now in a few urban markets, women are making more than men. So women in DC and New York under 30 are making more than men on average, but in most situations, men are still making more than women, but we're talking about a projection. Going back to the dating research. So yes, it's exactly as you described. What we have right now is there's fewer and fewer men that are hypergamous mates for women. So if there's a much smaller pool of guys, then what you have is you have a bunch of women competing for the same men, and then a bunch of guys get ignored. But what I also see is that those top guys are having a hard time deciding. So I feel like in my coaching practice as a dating coach, I'm working with a lot of women who say, what do I do? I've changed my profile the way you said I should. I took your class, but I still feel like there's just not enough great guys. And then I work with these CEO men who are having such a hard time choosing. And so I think we really have this exacerbated problem where so many women are competing for the same men, and then a bunch of guys are getting ignored. And then what ends up happening is, where do those guys go? And they go online. That's what you see.
They go to porn.
They go to porn, or they go to Reddit. I mean, I love Reddit, but they're really going to some of these red-pilled communities. And so what you're seeing now is just men really opting out of society. So when you go back to that stat, 1 in 7 young men in the UK is NEET, not an employment, education, or training. They have just opted out. And as Scott says, there's nothing scarier than a single man, a young single man. And so we are just creating a lot of these angry young single men who are saying, well, this is rigged against me. And so that's why I am worried about the rise of people like Andrew Tate. And if we wonder, where are the dads, where are the men? Well, men are finding these father figures, but they're finding them online, and they're not the father figures that I would choose for the majority of men. And so I'm really worried about this, because I feel like women are saying, guys, you need to step up because I can provide and I don't need that from you. And guys are not prepared to rise to the occasion.
What are women looking for? Scott talked about height.
Yeah. So I would say, I work at Hinge, but I do think that apps have perpetuated this issue around height, because if you can set your height filter to something, then you might set it higher. And then it's as if you have the dating app is a club, and you're literally having bouncers that prevent a bunch of guys from even getting into the club. So many women in the US set their height filters at 6 feet, but only 14% of men in the US are 6 feet or taller. So what happens to the other 86% of men? And women are saying, where's my guy? It's like, well, he's not even showing up on your app. And so a huge thing that I push women to do is to change their height filters and just say, there is nothing that proves that you're going to have a successful long-term relationship if the guy is higher. I'm married to a short king. I love it. I feel like I really found this gem. And I think that so many women are missing out on great potential partners because of things like height.
Scott's point as well about they will date one of the men in the top 10%.
Yeah.
Sleep with him potentially, and then that kind of adjusts their standards, and they expect all other men to meet that standard, but there isn't enough men to meet that standard, is there?
I haven't specifically heard that. I mean, there is a lot of evidence around assortive mating, that people sort of have an internal sense of how attractive they are and that they end up with someone similar to that. But assortive mating is different than hypergamy, which is really this idea, as Scott said, that women tend to date horizontally and up, and men date horizontally and down. So if you have 2/3 of women who are college grads and 1/3 of college grads who are men, and some of them are going to date women without college degrees, you truly do have this dating crisis where there's just not enough men to meet this hypergamous mating.
Again, you can't tell women to lower their expectations, but this is the reality. When you ask a man, if you could have a woman who had 80% of everything you wanted, 75% say, yeah, I'm on board.
Mm-hmm.
When you say to a woman, a man has 80% of what you want, 75% say that's not enough. But if you, but even look at the media.
Right.
What does the media tell a woman to do? He's out, but he didn't open your door. He's not nice to his parent. You walk right out on that man. Like, it's literally every piece of media is, you don't need him. You're a strong, independent woman. Pull the ripcord. You're out. And it is the basic kind of communication around this is, you are a strong, independent, powerful woman. That is wonderful. And quite frankly, you don't need the imperfect man. And they're just not connecting. I read that on Tinder, a man of average attractiveness has to swipe right 200 times to get one coffee, and then 4 of those 5 coffees will ghost him. They will they will decide they don't want to meet them or they won't show up. That means a guy of average attractiveness has to swipe right 1,000 times to get one coffee. Now, what does that tell that guy? Women don't value me. Women make me feel rejected. And then they go online and they see these misogynists telling them it's not your fault. And these men become much more prone to misogynistic content, much more prone to nationalistic content, blaming other people for the lack of economic opportunity. They start sequestering from society. I worry that we are literally evolving a new species of asexual, asocial male. And if a man by the age of 30 hasn't either lived with someone or married someone, there's a 1 in 3 chance he's going to have a substance abuse problem.
Wow.
In addition, it goes so much deeper than that, because if they don't develop the skills, the reason romantic comedies are 2 hours and not 15 minutes is this shit is hard. Like finding an attractive, intelligent woman, generally speaking, 75% of people who've been married longer than 30 years say in the beginning, one was much more interested than the other. And it was almost always the man. Women are much choosier. The basis of evolution is seed trying to get everywhere, men, and women deploying a much finer filter to select the strongest, smartest, and fastest speed. So men need an environment to demonstrate excellence. And you hear these women talk about it. He was kind. He was good at work. I liked the way he smelled. He was funny. Where do men demonstrate excellence? When they're not going to college, they're not going into an office because of remote work. Where do they have, they're not going to church, they're not going to temple. Where does a woman have the opportunity to fall in love other than these baseline metrics? And you were talking about women say, you've seen these TikToks, over $100,000, that's not unreasonable, and over 6 feet, that's 2.2% of the male population. So where do they fall in love? Where can a man demonstrate excellence? It used to be go to temple, 7 single women, 7 single men, and they kind of paired off and worked it out. And online dating, similar to online e-commerce, online rentals, it's created a winner-take-most, if not all, environment. And it's basically been amazing for attractive guys, attractive wealthy guys, tall wealthy guys. It's been amazing for them. For all the other guys, it's been a disaster, and it's made it mildly shittier for every woman. The digitization of mating, I believe, has been a disaster. It's been bad for women. It's been disastrous for men.
I want to talk about how the genders seem to be separating in a lot of important ways. We know from research around political affiliation that women are now, on average, 30% more liberal than men. So they are definitely experiencing political polarization. Then, for the first time in history, more men are attending church than women. And when I started this research, I really came at it from this point of, is it just me or are there not as many eligible guys? But when I dug into this, I found that both genders really feel misunderstood. And so I asked men and women who has more power in relationships. So equal amounts, men and women said, oh, we have the same amount of power, 42% of that. But then what was so interesting is that 46% of men said women have more power and 46% of women said men have more power. So there's this huge feeling of, oh, the other gender has all of this power. And when I spoke to people, I want to tell you about 3 dating paradoxes that I saw. So the first dating paradox for men is this idea that now that women are providers and do not need a man to take care of them financially, they really want guys to step up with emotional support. But here's the paradox. They were not raised and they don't know how to give that emotional support or emotional availability. So we know women, even if they have the same number of friends as guys, the women are talking to their friends much more often. Women speak to their kids, even starting at a very young age. They use more emotional language with their daughters and their sons. So constantly we have this feeling where we're asking men to do something when they don't have the skills. I was talking to my friend David, and he said women are in graduate school when it comes to emotional conversations and guys are in 3rd grade. The other part of the paradox is that women are asking men to be more emotionally open, but then they get shamed when they do that. So we have this great quote from Brene Brown where she says, we beg guys to open up, we beg them to let us in, and then when they do, we can't stomach it. And I heard that over and over in my research. There's this quote where a guy says, a woman would rather see me die on the white horse than fall off of it. And so there's this sense that I have to be perfect, I have to be the masculine and the feminine, but I don't have the skills to do that. And women say that they want these guys to be emotional, but as soon as they show emotionality, it can freak those women out. So one guy that I spoke to for this said, I went on a few dates with this woman. At some point, I told her that my mom had had a suicide attempt. And the next day she texted me and said, I'm sorry, I can't see you. I cannot process your emotional trauma for you. And so guys are getting a lot of mixed messages. We want you to be feminine. We want you to support us. But when you do, it freaks us out. And so we don't want that. And digging into the research, and I want to look into this more, I think it's that a lot of women want emotional support. They want you to support them in their emotional journeys, but they're not as ready to have you open up in your emotional journey.
Can I put forward a thesis, and I want you to respond to it because I haven't done the research. In marketing, we call it consumer dissonance, what people say they want and then what they actually buy. And what women say they want is an emotionally in touch man, and what they want is a masculine man. And that they will articulate what they want in a man, and includes being more emotionally available, and then they want to have sex with a traditional masculine man. And what I hear from a lot of, and this is anecdotal evidence, and it's pulse marketing, and you tell me what the data says, but there's just so many single women in my age group, and it feels like there's literally no men in my age group. As bad as it is for people in their 20s and 30s, try being a woman in your 50s trying to date, right? And they tell me the same thing. These are liberal, progressive, educated women. They say, by the way, I like a manly man.
Yeah.
And they say it under their breath. So there's what supposedly is stated around, I need more emotional availability, someone who's touch with their feelings. But what the research shows is they want a guy with facial hair, who's still, women are still very attracted to traditional masculine attributes.
Yeah, I mean, I think we're just in such a hard moment because you have women who are saying, I don't want to date a guy who earns less than me. And you might think, okay, well, the data hasn't caught up with the dating. If more women are in higher education and more women are earning more, then maybe you're going to be the one who earns more in your relationship. But what they feel like is projecting out, I'm going to end up doing most of the housework, most of the childcare. I might as well get a guy that can contribute financially. So they don't want to change their expectations around that. And so I think we truly are in a moment where women are being asked to do more masculine things and men are being asked to do more feminine things. And I think a lot of that is progress, but it also seems to be creating a lot of confusion in the dating world.
Yeah, it's sort of, I was just thinking, I coach a lot of young men, and occasionally women ask me for dating advice, and you coach, it sounds like a lot of both. And first thing I say to men is I ask them, like, would you want to have sex with you? All right. Are you in shape? What do you look like naked? Do you have a plan? You don't have to be rich now, but do you have a plan? Right? Have you found means of being confident? Can you demonstrate kindness and excellence across anything? And the only advice I give women is second coffee. And that is, maybe it wasn't great. I mean, if you don't like the guy and you're just like turned off, fine. But if it was just okay, maybe give it a second coffee.
I have a chapter in my book called Make the Second Date the Default.
Yeah.
And it's really because I feel like I won the lottery with my husband, but he is somebody that takes longer to open up, and he's the slow burn. We met in college, we met again 7 years later, then we were friends for a year, and I feel like he's this incredible partner, husband, father, but I don't know that if we'd met just randomly on the first date that I would have gone on a second date. And so I think people really do need to train themselves to look for these slow burns.
Logan, Scott said something there about what he thinks women want, which is these sort of traditional masculine features. Is this what you see in the data?
What's hard is I think Scott's right about what people say they want versus stated versus revealed preferences. So according to the research that I did, women are saying the number one thing that they're looking for is kindness and compassion. That's also what men are saying that they're looking for. So in many ways, this is great. People are looking for the same things, but I just feel like there's these huge disconnects now where people don't feel like they can get what they want.
Men are saying they want kindness and compassion.
I made them say, what are all the things that you care about? And then what is the number one thing that you care about? And kindness and compassion was first for both of them.
The stuff I've seen or the stuff I've read is that for women, and I've talked to men about this, number one is they have to signal resources. And we don't like to say it out loud. And by the way, it doesn't necessarily mean you have to have a Range Rover and a Panerai now, but you have a plan, right? You have your shit together. You go home at midnight when everyone's partying because you have to be up for work. You work out, which shows a level of discipline and that you can commit to something. You're in school. You've got a good job. this person is going to have resources. And I don't think that's changed a whole lot. I think a man's ability to signal future resources has gone down. I'm not sure it's become any less of a criteria. Number two is intellect. And it's very instinctual, because if you make good decisions for the tribe, your kids are more likely to survive. Someone who's smart is more likely to take care of your offspring than someone who's stupid. What's interesting, and I love this, is the fastest way to communicate intellect is humor. And I joke, and this is bad, but I say, this is my impression of a woman. I'm laughing, I'm naked. And that is, I've always thought if a guy can make a woman laugh, she will date him. And then the third thing, and this is where guys screw up. This is what I tell a guy's secret weapon is. It's kindness. Women want to see that you are a good person. You treat service staff well. You're good to your parents. You have manners. You treat people well, even with no reciprocal expectation, because they know that a kind person, if and when she's vulnerable and needs help and maybe isn't bringing as much to the table for certain periods of time, that this is a kind man. And, sure, you want to do your best to signal resources and have a plan. Sure, maybe you're smart, maybe you aren't. There's not a lot you can do there. But the secret weapon, I think, for men that they don't leverage, and I do think it's a practice, is to demonstrate kindness. And we don't talk about that enough as men. It's like, well, okay, and it's little things. Have good manners. Be thoughtful. Follow up with people. And I think that, anyways, those are the three things that I have read women want in men.
Okay, there's so much there. So one is I do think we need a new definition for modern masculinity or mature masculinity or evolved masculinity. And I think that that's why this moment feels so painful, is that we don't have it. Because I agree with you. I don't think women are saying, I want a feminine man. I think they want a modern masculine man. And so that means somebody
what's the
who
difference
is
between a modern masculine
and
man
can provide, but also somebody
feminine
who's
man?
able to communicate with them emotionally. And so one of the
You're
suggestions
describing
I
a
came here
feminine man.
today to talk about is this idea of men's groups. So about a year ago, my friend David Clavins, who happens to be a world-class magician, came to my husband and said, I'm going to form this men's group. And so it's about 6 or 7 men, and they meet together monthly, and they have served, they have formed this council of peers. So every month that they get together, every guy sits down with Post-it notes and says the 2 issues that are most pressing for him. So first of all, I think that that's a great way of doing
What man
it,
does
because
that?
it's actually that time to say, what am I struggling with? I think many people in their lives, maybe especially men, don't sit there and saying, what's top of mind for me?
How many men actually do that? Like, how many men come to you? What friends of yours comes and say, look, I'm struggling with this. Most of the time we just talk about game and the other things in life. Maybe after a while the struggle show up, in the discussion. But it's not like we start the discussion like that, so we gather to talk about our struggles. Nobody does that.
So guys get the quiet time to do that. Then they go around in a circle,
Uh-huh,
and whoever
around
has
in
the
a circle.
most pressing issue,
Wow.
they get to take their time. And some men might say,
Oh
these
my
are top of
God.
mind for me, but it's not a priority. I'll give the time to someone else. And each month, they talk about what's going on for them. They hold each other accountable. So month 3, they might say, hey, David, you've been talking about that for the last 3 months. Are you going to actually do anything about it? And I love that these men have a masculine space to actually go through what's going on for them. Because maybe they have wives and girlfriends they can go to. Maybe they don't. But I think it's a different type of advice that you get from a council of trusted peers. And I really do think that men's groups could change a lot of these issues, because I can sit here and say everybody should be in therapy. Guess what? Therapy is really expensive, and many insurance companies will not provide it, or there's a huge waiting list.
Yeah, but you
So
can't
if you
ask
just
your
sit
friend to
around
be
for
your
all these guys
therapist.
to go to therapy,
That's
that's
not how
not
it
gonna
works.
happen. But men's groups are a way that men can lead each other. They can provide this tribe of peers. And I have just seen so many changes in this group. So David told me his story where he had a lot of anger about his mom's debilitating illness. And he wasn't really experiencing it, and it was coming out as anger at his mom, but he wasn't conscious of that. But by getting the anger out in a safe place with men, the only place where he felt like he could truly be angry, he was able to get over it and to actually treat his mom with a lot more empathy. Or my husband has gone to the group and talked about ego stuff at work, or how hard the transition to becoming a parent has been. And I feel like the men in this group have grown so much over the 12 months that it's been happening that I just paid for my brother-in-law to be in a men's group. And I want there to be tons of men's groups because I really feel like this isn't an issue that a therapist or a mom or I can really solve. I think men need to be solving this problem within themselves.
What you said is really powerful because if you walk down the hallway at Stern, there's Golden Seeds, women in venture capital, Black Women's Consulting Club. There are women's support groups. There's nothing for men. And these groups
because
are really wonderful.
we don't looking for it.
That I've been looking at, where they've said, let's get together and just be supportive of each other. And it's a fairly new phenomenon.
Yeah. I think people are afraid
because nobody
of
asking for it.
because traditionally bad things have happened in that. Right. I mean, gangs. I'm just thinking of like many situations in which like if once there's a tiki torch, I want there to be some women there, right? Like, so there's a reason why people have been fearful of this. Or it's like when the whole world was a men's group, a men's club, you didn't need to have men's clubs. Yeah. But I think in this moment, this is a really powerful, organic, grassroots way for men to change. So I imagine that you have group chats with men that are your peers that you go to for advice. And I feel like there's men out there that don't have that. And we are meant to make decisions by getting advice from other people. I personally have a board of directors that in my life, when I'm gonna make a big decision, I meet with them. So when I took my last job, when I decided to move, all of these different things, I meet with my board of directors and I say, what am I not seeing? What are my blind spots? And
business.
They've given me a lot of good and hard advice. And I think we all need to be building our own board of directors. And for men, that might be this men's group.
Do you mind if I pause this conversation for a moment? I want to talk about our show sponsor today, which is Shopify. I've always believed that the biggest cost in business isn't failure, it's the time you waste trying to make decisions. Time spent hesitating, overthinking, or waiting for the right moment. When I started my first company at 20 years old, I had no experience and no money. What I did have was an idea and the willingness to move fast, and that made all the difference. If you've been thinking about starting your own business, Shopify makes this entire process so much easier.
And expensive.
Templates, you don't need coding or design skills. You just need a willingness to start. Shopify connects all your sales channels from your website to social media, and it handles the back-end payments, shipping, and taxes too, so that you can stay focused on moving forward and growing your business. If you're ready to start, visit shopify.com/Bartlett and sign up for a £1 per month trial period. That's shopify.com/Bartlett.
£1 per month.
It is hard as a young man to share how you deal with other young men.
Even if they take 5%.
Yeah.
Like my group chat with my guys is probably a little bit more advanced in terms of emotional openness, but most of it is just like a war zone. We're like criticizing each other, attacking each other, but that's kind of our way of showing love. And then you'll have once every 2 weeks, someone will be going through something. So like one of my friends now, they've just found out that there's a complication with the pregnancy and the tone shifts and we all become supportive. But my girlfriend tells me how rare that is, that we have this space where we'll talk about our emotions and how we're feeling, and we'll switch from like trying to kill each other in the most like funny way to being really, really emotionally supportive. A lot of men don't have that.
Well, it's so funny that you said that because my husband's really funny and so are some of the other guys in the group. And they actually had to talk about how they needed to be less funny because the humor was becoming a distraction. And somebody brought up, in their own male way, like, I think that sometimes we're about to go deep and then someone makes a joke. And even though that joke was really good, we don't go back to where we were and we don't go as deep. So they actually work on being less funny in that group. But look at the work that you do. You sit for hours a week and you learn and you ask people questions and you're working on yourself. I'm not surprised that you have a group of peers that you can go to for that. But I would wager that the average man doesn't have that. Yeah. And I feel like there are going to be so many women who are listening and watching this and they're like, I want that for my husband.
What is the evolutionary basis for this? This is what I was thinking the whole time. I was like, did we lose the man's group at some point in our past?
The same woman that maybe get upset if his boy go online and play with friends. That's our group. They just don't see it. They see us wasting of time because we don't talk to each other. But we don't talk to each other. That's it. We just play. Talk about stuff We don't talk about problem. We saw them up by ourselves.
And is that why we're adding it back into our lives? Like, what used to do this job before?
So what I've heard, and I think evolutionary biology, you always have to take certain things with a grain of salt because people can kind of explain away anything with it. But it's that a lot of times men were sitting next to each other and they were having these conversations on the savannah. And that's often why like guys prefer to do activities side by side and not facing each other. And so you had men who were in conversation with their peers or, you know,
outside.
And outside.
Fishing.
Yeah.
Hey, heard you getting divorced.
Right. Right. Or it's like, you know, why it's so good to have conversations in the car. I feel like you had a lot of men that were in groups at church. You had men who were in the Elks Club. You had veterans that were meeting. We actually feel like this is a time where much fewer men are getting together. And this is all of the amazing research that's happening now around loneliness, is that the average young guy is spending many fewer hours a week with their peers face to face. So even though a guy might be catching up with his friends playing
social media.
I just don't think that that's the same thing. And so I feel like we need this in-person time
What time
with our
change?
friends to develop these relationships. And
We
instead
met
we have
online now.
people on TikTok, people on Twitch,
Exactly.
watching other people live their lives.
Exactly.
You brought up two interesting things. One is your friend group. I have a similar group. Same eight guys I lived with my freshman year at UCLA. For 30 or 40 years, we've been kind of constant contact, email now on WhatsApp. When your friend had something bad happen to him, I think for a long time, men have weighed in and showed empathy for each other. What none of my male friends have ever done, their friend group would say, is I've never heard one of my male friends go, I'm depressed.
Yeah.
I'm just super fucking lonely and depressed.
It's normal.
Just
We
don't
all
get that
depressed.
from me. I'm
It's simple.
struggling with anger. I'm all of a sudden I have erectile dysfunction. I've never heard one of my male friends, when their mom dies or they get divorced, we weigh in with a lot of empathy, but you never hear them really open up.
Because we don't.
Men are worried that if we display weakness, another man might kill us and take our
No,
shit from
no,
us.
it's not.
Or the
What is
women
this
aren't gonna
guy,
wanna have
this
sex with
bald
us.
guy saying?
So there's still, I think, a huge inability for men to proactively talk about how they're really feeling. And then you talked about a board of directors. A great board of directors for a man in his 20s, not unfortunately, is a girlfriend.
Yeah.
And I'll just use personal experience.
Yeah, we at
I
best
had
we
a
talk with our
great girlfriend when
partner,
I was
but
24,
that's
and
it.
she basically said to me, if you don't stop getting high every night, I'm going to stop having sex with you. That was very motivating for me. I really liked being
Oh wow,
with a partner.
very toxic.
Without the guardrails of a romantic relationship, I think men are just
Very
I don't
toxic.
want to say lost, but women create more social connections outside of a romantic relationship. And sometimes that absence of a romantic relationship, they pour that energy into friendships and their professional life, whereas men start pouring it into video games and Reddit and porn. So the fact that only 1 in 3 men in America under the age of 30 has a girlfriend and 2 in 3 women has a boyfriend, you think, well, that's mathematically impossible. It's not, because women are dating older because they want more economically and emotionally viable men. If I hadn't been in relationships that were great guardrails for me in terms of my own behavior, my own ambition, men need, without the prospect or the existence of a romantic relationship, men have worse outcomes than women who don't have. And do you agree with what I'm saying? Does the research bear that out?
You know, it's interesting because part of me, where my head goes, is like, are you asking women to do the emotional labor of raising men? And when you phrase it like that, it sounds really negative.
Yeah.
But from anecdotal experience from my own life, you know, I've been with my husband for 10 years. I think we both really shaped each other. But like even yesterday, he texted me and he's like, I'm going to get an Uber instead of renting a car at the airport. You've taught me how to be such a savvy traveler. Like that's a small example, but it's like you really do influence each other. And I think sometimes about my single friends and how they go to bed at night and they don't have a person next to them to give them advice and to listen to them talk about their day. And I think that when we're in long-term relationships, there's an element of raising each other and building memories together and making each other better and having that investment.
1 + 1 = 3.
Right. And that's why all these women that come to me and all these men that are looking for love, that want relationships, and something is happening right now where the gap just seems to be widening and these relationships aren't happening. And this is even true in teenage relationships. So it used to be that for baby boomers and Gen X, 3/4 of men had had a relationship in their teen years. And now it's under 50%. And so if you start building your relational skills at an early age, then you get better and better at dating over time. But if, as you said, by the time you're 30, you haven't been in a relationship, that's seen as a red flag to a lot of people. And so I think we have a problem now, but I'm really projecting that we're going to have a much greater problem in the future.
I think a real enemy of relationships and mating for people in their 20s that we haven't talked a lot about. I had Dr. Anna Lemke from Stanford on my pod talking about addiction, and something we're just starting to come to grips with. And as I read more about it, I think porn is really,
Let's talk about porn.
well, personal experience. I used to go on campus. The only reason I graduated from UCLA, I graduated with a 2.27 GPA. If I graduated with a 1.97, I wouldn't have graduated. Not the only motivator, but a real motivator for me was the prospect of meeting someone. I could go onto campus, and there might be a chance I'd meet friends, be social, and possibly meet a potential romantic partner. It was very motivating. And if I'd had porn on this and on my screen, always available, I'm not sure I would have gone on campus. And I would have spent a lot more time at home. And unfortunately, the deepest pocketed, most
You
talented
know, you can
companies in the
disable
world
porn with
are
just
trying to convince young people
simple
that they can have
settings
a reasonable facsimile of life on a screen with an
on the
algorithm.
router. You know
And
that.
what I say to young men I coach is that I'm not going to tell you not to consume porn, but try to modulate it, because I think that
What?
fire of wanting to meet someone and wanting to demonstrate excellence and having perseverance and enduring rejection and getting your shit together and dressing well and smelling nice and showering, for God's sakes, that mojo, that desire is incredibly important for society. And we're taking young men's mojo away with frictionless, open access, on-demand porn.
Have
Oh
you
my God.
seen these no-fap communities?
Yeah.
Have you seen this?
No what?
Yes.
Okay, so I was listening to this episode
No
of
fap.
Modern William with Chris Williamson, and he was interviewing Hamza, who was self-identifying as a former red-pilled person. And he was talking about how much it changed his life to try to enter the no-fap community.
Which means
Oh my God.
No masturbation. And so I do think that porn is a huge problem. My first job out of college was running the porn pod for Google. So what this meant was that we would sell ads for the porn advertisers. This team does not exist anymore. This was a long time ago. My parents were like, I sent you to Harvard and now you're selling ads for pornography. But when I look back, I'm like, what was I perpetuating? Because I feel like there's just so many problems with what technology is doing in terms of replacing human connection. So let's just project out. ChatGPT is already amazing. I'm currently in my Google feed getting ads for Replica, and the ads say, get your perfect AI boyfriend, always there for you. Yeah. So you think about the fact that real life relationships are messy. I tell my husband on a weekly basis, please throw your contact lens in the garbage. And every week we have a disagreement about that. Well, guess what? Your online girlfriend, she doesn't nag you. She doesn't tell you to pick up your socks. She only tells you how great you are and always tells you, that you're doing the right thing and how was your day. Then you insert sex robots. Okay, so you have your emotional needs met, you have your sexual needs met. Maybe you're watching porn while engaging with your sex robots. Why would you want to go through the very challenging potential rejection of real life relationships? And I feel like if all these things come to pass, which it seems very likely that they will,
Yeah, it
we are
will.
truly in a crisis moment.
Again,
when it
if it
comes
will,
to
it's because
birth
not
rate
because
and future generations.
And it impacts them.
if it does pass, it's not because we make it happen. It's just because we desire it. There's a need for it, If there's a demand, there is a service.
It'll impact the economy because the skills you
What
have
economy?
to develop to be successful in the mating market are life skills. You
Life
have to be able
skills.
to endure
What?
rejection. You have to have a sense of humor. You have to be able to read the room. Show me a guy who's good in a bar, I'll show you a guy who'll probably be good in a boardroom. And the skills you have to develop as a young man, if you want a romantic and a sexual relationship, pay dividends the rest of your life. And if you don't develop those skills, I think it impacts your life across a bunch of dimensions.
This is something I'm worried about for Gen Z in general. So I did a ton of research with post-pandemic Gen Z daters, men and women in the UK and the United States. And such a big theme that came out of it was that they don't have rejection resilience. And I think that we hear this in many aspects of life. So someone that I'm close to, he's the former dean of Brown, he's a professor there. And he was talking about how it used to be that his office hours were empty and that's when he could do his reading or play solitaire. But now students come basically saying, tell me exactly what's going to be on the test. Tell me exactly what to write in my paper, because they are not willing to fail. I have friends who are managers at Google and they give somebody feedback in a Google Doc and the person is crying because they take that as extreme rejection. And so if you don't have the resilience built up
100%.
to fail, then you are not going to take risks. And everything in life worth having is worth taking a risk for. And so I feel that I have my dream job. Nobody messaged me on LinkedIn and said, hey, Logan, do you want to study dating and relationships? No, I invented this job and now I get to have it. And same thing is true with relationships. It's not about waiting for the perfect person to show up. It's about becoming a great person.
Gen Z is basically the 2000, right? So they are 25. So you're asking a 25 years old, no? Yep. To what? To entrepreneur yourself, to start a new business. They don't even know how to turn on a washing machine. How do you expect them to find the courage to start a business with what money? With what parents? Do you think parents will support that? Parents will ask for them to go to university, which, by the way, university is another hole for money and responsibilities. So yeah, that's nice
who
argument.
somebody else chooses and going after what you want.
Yeah, what you want.
I want to talk about
of
all of
course.
this, and specifically.
By the way, I bet at 20 years old right now, all he wants is not working. Probably not working.
For some solutions to the young, to the parents, to the boys, to the teens, to the men that are listening. We had a young man actually write in on this subject, and he said, I've suffered with crippling loneliness, and so I've spent over $1,000 hiring women online just to talk to me and to keep me company. On top of that, I've spent several $1,000s more engaging in other business with them. After doing this for nearly a year now, I still feel incredibly unfulfilled. And on the subject of porn, 30% of internet traffic is now related to porn, with about 80% of that porn traffic coming from men and 20% coming from women. I actually had a conversation on this podcast before about porn, and funnily enough, the top comment was, by the way, us women get porn addicted too, because it was a bit of a blind spot to me, but I think that's something that's worth acknowledging. And the stats are staggering in terms of how higher porn consumption correlates to higher probabilities of depression. What do you do about it? Like, on an individual level, I get it. Try not to watch porn, but I mean, that doesn't seem like incredibly
Your parents should do that. Your parents
if you're
should
lonely, you're not getting laid. No one wants to date you for the reasons we talked about today.
are in control. And that's it.
Seems to be
They're
pretty
in the
shitty
device.
Solution.
I'll give this one to Scott.
Simple.
Okay, so I coach young men. I take 2 to 3 on at any time. And I don't know if this is the right way, but it's my way. I'm like, you got to lean into your advantage. When you're our age, you have capital, you have more money than time. They have capital, they have a lot of time. And I ask them to unlock their screen, and I say to them, I gamble with options. I gamble. At my age, I still gamble. I preach about low-cost index funds, and I buy call options. That makes no fucking sense. It's gambling, but I know it. I watch porn. I try and modulate my use so I can put the majority of my sexual energy into my partner, but I watch porn because I want them to not feel like I'm getting hurt.
It's normal. That's my life.
We're going to find 8 to 12 hours a week of time, of capital, and we're going to reinvest that capital in higher ROI investments. It is so easy to find 8 to 12 hours. I can sometimes find 7 hours or 15 hours just in TikTok.
You look at screen time.
I look at screen time, and I say, all right, come through with me.
Yeah.
We're going to find 8 to 12 hours. And then we're going to reinvest that capital in 3 investments. 1, we're going to start working out and getting fit. You're going to work out 3 times a week with weights. You should be able, the human male form is spectacular. You should be able to walk into any room under the age of 30 if you're a man and know that if shit got real, you could kill and eat everybody or outrun them. I need you to be strong. You're going to be more mentally healthy. You're going to be kinder.
Yeah,
Look
Jim.
at the people who break up fights at
Yeah,
bars.
sure.
They're big, strong men. Look at the people who defend their country. You want to be strong as a man. It feels fucking amazing. Testosterone, your bone structure, your muscle mass, it's amazing. Lean
Mhm.
into that. We're going to get strong.
Yeah.
2, you got to start making some money.
Yeah.
And the kids are, to be honest, the kids I'm coaching are really struggling. These are kids at home at the age of 23 with their mom, not getting along with their mom, nothing going on.
Of course.
If you have a phone, you can make money. I don't care if it's Lyft,
How?
TaskRabbit, because you get a taste.
If you have a phone, you can make money. What kind of bullshit is that? What job is with the phone? Like, what you wanna do? A call center? When you wanna be a call center? What kind of job you wanna do with a phone, with just a phone? Masking Grok. App tester, market researcher, social media manager, online tutor, freelance translator, virtual assistant, pay survey, which is nothing, content creator, which is luck, basically. Only 0.something% got money from that. Stock trader with no money. Gig promoter. Okay. Nice jobs. Like dream jobs. A list of dream jobs. I've been an app tester, a market researcher, social media manager. Oh, everybody wants to do this kind of job. What's the difference between this one and going down the McDonald's working there? It's basically nothing. Even from as far as I can see, the salary is the same. Except for social media manager, but you don't really apply with no experience as a social media manager. So okay.
Pays for the flesh. And the way to start making a lot of money is to start making a little bit of money, because you start to figure out the economy. How could I make more money? Maybe at some point, could I buy a car and hire a driver to be an Uber? What is the way? Could I get a certification in plumbing? You start figuring out, and you start getting your greed glands get going. Oh my God, it's awesome to have money. I can go out. I can go to a concert. It gets those greed glands going. And then the third thing we're going to do is we're going to put ourselves in the company of strangers in the agency of something bigger than ourselves twice a week. Church group, softball league, nonprofit, charity, whatever it is. And then 3A, and this is, I've just started doing this. I've only done it 2 times, and it's an exercise, and I say, and it goes to I think no is the way to success. Show me someone who's successful, I'm going to show you a shit ton of no's. I ran for sophomore, junior, senior class president, lost all 3 times, decided to run for senior class president, lost. I applied to 38 jobs. I got 1 offer, 9 schools, rejected by 7.
Yeah.
I mean, my whole life has been about no.
Yeah.
And that's why I'm successful, is I was always able to endure it. So I say to them, this is what I want you to do. I need you to go up to a stranger at wherever we're doing, church group, Writers Club, whatever it might be, education, continuing education. And you're going to ask them out for coffee. It's a friend. Hey, what are you doing? Do you want to watch the game? Do you want to watch the Liverpool game this weekend? Let's go to a bar. If it's a woman you might have an attracted to, hey, try and get a rap going. Would you like to have coffee? And here's the goal. The goal is no. And we're going to celebrate no. Because you're going to call me and I'm going to say, did you ask someone out for coffee or to a bar? And most likely they'll have said no. They'll be polite, but they'll come with an excuse. And then I'm going to ask you if you're
depressed when they get no,
and you're going to say yes.
It's a cycle.
And that's the victory.
It's
It's
interesting,
not
'cause if
victory,
you go on
it's a cycle.
TikTok or if you go on X, you'll find a lot of videos of women filming themselves as a guy inappropriately came and made a gesture to them and then like publicly shaming them on the internet. It's very popular to do it in the gym.
Yeah.
They set up a phone, they're working out, a guy comes over and asks if they need help with the weights. It then goes viral online because that guy was being inappropriate. Like you shouldn't. So like as a guy, it's quite complicated to know how and where you can roll up without being filmed and going viral.
I know.
And
So
if
we,
you
we talked
do,
about
you
the first
expect
dating
no.
paradox,
It's
which is
simple.
the idea that women now
But you
need
don't
more
cry
from
about
men
it.
and are raising the bar because they can be providers on their own, but men weren't taught how to do that, and there's sometimes shame for it. So I think the second big dating paradox is that men are expected to lead and to approach, but I truly feel like in a post-Me Too era, it's much more confusing. And so many
Wow.
people say to me, I
Why
don't
is
want to meet on
confusing?
an app. That's not romantic. I want to meet in real life. But I'm not finding that people are meeting in real life because people are afraid to approach each other. I think one is being afraid of being called creepy, but the other one, which is what you're talking about, is that this culture of making TikToks or going online with this date-ertainment to talk about how this person approached you or how inappropriate that was. And so I feel like there's a lot of women waiting for men to approach them, but then shaming the men who do. I think one of the solutions there is we should allow people to shoot their shot in a non-creepy way.
Can I just say something to
Yeah.
that? If the guy rolls up and he's 6'4" and he's, gorgeous, it's fine, it seems.
The difference between creepy and romantic is the perceived attractiveness of the person making the overture.
I think that is true. If you are super
is
hot,
true.
it's less likely to be perceived as creepy. But you have all these
It
people that are
is
saying,
true.
I want to be approached, and they're not being approached.
Woman want to
And
be
so there was this rise of run clubs last summer, right? Everyone said the new dating app is the run club. I ask everywhere I go, have you met someone at a run club? No, people are not really meeting there. So since 2017, the number one way that people are meeting is online. Hinge is setting up a date every 2 seconds. This is where the dating is happening. If people want more things to happen offline, they actually have to approach each other. And I'm just not seeing that happen.
But my understanding is the majority of women still expect the man to take the initiative.
Absolutely.
And this is one of the most frightening stats I've seen. According to Pew, more than 50% of men between the ages of 18 and 24 have never asked a woman out in person. And I just find that so just upsetting and rattling.
in
That means
person.
they're either
Exactly,
not
because
asking people out or they're asking them out online.
because it is no longer the 1950. It's normal. Now there is internet. You ask somebody out by meeting her first online. A dating app. That's how the world goes right now.
Line where, quite frankly, they can't demonstrate any sense of excellence. And I think the beautiful thing about human sexuality is sometimes you don't even know why you're attracted to someone. You like the way they smell. You find out they're funny. And that happens in person. But we need more third spaces, more places people can meet. And also, I actually think it would be helpful to have in the senior year of high school a class called Adulting, where amongst other things, you teach them about the interest rate on a credit card. Little things. My kid can do interest and he doesn't understand the interest rate on his credit card.
Yes.
And also, quite frankly, I think young men need guidance around how to express romantic interest while making the other person feel safe. And also that if you express romantic interest and ask someone out for coffee and they say no, you're both going to be fine. You haven't committed a crime against humanity. As long as you're respectful and you don't make the person feel uncomfortable. But men aren't even asking women out.
Everything you're saying is what I'm seeing. So I was talking to this incredible 16-year-old girl who built this AI chatbot called Ask Elle, and she's taken all of the relationship science research that she's seen, and she's trained this chatbot, and she's trying to help teens get safe and empowered dating advice. And I asked her, what is the number one question that you're getting? And it's how to ask someone out. And so I think people are really struggling. It's not that teens in all of human history had the secret, it's that they were willing to do it and fail. And now we're just not seeing that. And so I think that we have glossed over the pandemic. It was this really traumatic time, really scary stuff happened, and we don't want to talk about it. But people that came of age during the pandemic, their social skills are worse. They missed out on critical moments of becoming a human. And we are seeing that in the workplace. All of these things about Gen Z, Gen Alpha, that came from something. It came from parenting. It came from digital addiction. It came from the pandemic and online learning. And I think that if you do not have the social skills to approach someone and ask them out, there just will be literally fewer couples.
I want to throw a Molotov cocktail into this and something that's controversial I've gotten pushback on. I think one of the enemies of mating is that there's too little drinking. If you look at millennials, they spend $30 billion on alcohol. Gen Z, it's crashed to $2 billion. Peter Attia and Andrew Huberman have declared war on drinking. I think young people need to drink more, go out and make a series of bad decisions.
This is the worst take
ever. I don't
ever.
see drunkenness, I see togetherness. and I don't know how it was for you in your relationship, but I think of the majority of great friendships I have and the romantic opportunities I've had, not always, but often alcohol played a role.
This is a
And I
British
worry
guy.
that with a
It
lack
has
of
to be a
going out,
British guy.
getting out of the house, and also a lack of drinking, that we've taken away a social lubricant that breaks
Make
down some of
mistakes.
the walls and some of the initial awkwardness and entry into a potential romantic relationship.
I think some of the increase in being
totally
sober,
disagree.
sober curious comes from interest in being healthy. So we
Totally
hear from
disagree.
Gen Z, I don't want to have anxiety the next day. They are much less
And it's
likely.
expensive.
Yeah, they are much less likely to millennials to feel like there's a two-drink minimum for dates. But in general, we're seeing less risk-taking behavior from Gen Z. They are getting their licenses far later, if at all. They are losing their virginity much later, if at all. And so I feel like there's this rise of, or there's this decrease in risk-taking behavior, which in some ways is great. You know, fewer kids dying in car crashes and people being
Less teen
responsible.
pregnancy.
But I just feel like people are missing out on the experience to make mistakes as a young person. And I think when I think back to my college experience, if there had been cameras that have high quality video on them at all times, I would have lived a very different college experience. I am so grateful that Instagram was not there when I was in college.
Yeah,
And so if you
but now
live
there
in a
is, so
surveillance
you
culture
can't
where at any
turn
moment
the word
somebody is
back how it was
snapping the
before.
room and they could see what you're doing, you're going to take fewer risks. And I just feel like there's this entire culture of people being very safe. And part of dating, part of mating is making mistakes, taking risks, and failing.
So what do we do about it, Logan? Scott gave a really good sort of advice for the young man or the young person who's trying to increase their mating value, their dating value. What advice would you give to a young man about how to be attractive? Because there's going to be a lot of young men listening right now. I imagine from the stats.
First of all, I love
70%.
what Scott said in terms of his advice. And I feel like it's one of those things where the secret to happiness or the secret to success is simple but hard. So it's not like there's infinite things you need to do. It's actually quite a simple plan, but it's quite hard to execute on it. A few things that I would add. So one is I have this friend, Sam Parr. He started The Hustle. He started the podcast My First Million. One thing that he did to make himself more attractive as a mate was he would develop these passions and really talk about them on dates, because he found that women were really drawn to the fact that he was pursuing other activities. So
what are the standard passion for a man? Gym, I guess. Football. What else? Maybe politics. A grown-up man, not a 20 years old man. So, is any of this arousing for a woman? Is this what the woman would like to hear? A man talking about football?
He got really into denim, and he would talk about these denim meets that he would go to, and he found that women were really drawn to that. He's very into the growth mindset and working on himself. He felt like that was something that women were so drawn to, how he was growing. Because if you think about the projections, well, when he met my friend Sarah, he wasn't making any money. She was making a lot more than him. But she could see that he had a great path ahead of him because he was constantly working and improving himself. The other thing I would tell men is, through my research, I found that men think, I need to be perfect. I need to be 6 feet tall. Look, women are not expecting you to fly them to the moon. They want effort. Remember the name of their best friend. Text them when they had a hard meeting and say, how did it go? Plan a thoughtful date. And so I think that you have men over here saying, if I'm not 6 feet tall, I don't have a chance, so why participate anyway? And then you have women saying, in some ways, I just want you to be an effortful, nice person, and I'm not even getting that. And so I think that for men, they can actually get much farther than they think and be better than 90% of men by doing some of these bare minimum things that other men aren't doing. So I have this question that I ask in my book, which is when you're deciding if you should break up with someone. If your partner were a piece of clothing in your closet, what would they be?
Is it my clothes or her clothes? My
Your
clothes. Oh, okay.
And it really has to be gut reaction. So Scott, if you thought of one, I want to hear it.
I thought of like a black silk shirt. And that's probably because that's where we spend quality time together is when I'm wearing a black silk shirt. Special occasions, date night, restaurant, make an effort.
Do you feel good in it?
Yeah, of course, I feel my best in it. Yeah.
And do you have one for your wife?
Brunello Cucinelli cashmere V-neck sweater makes me look fantastic, makes me better, and is beautiful.
Yes. And mine for my husband would be this awesome orange robe that I have that represents being at home. I love the orange color that's really bright, and it represents our family time. So I've asked this question to...
I feel shamed. I feel like mine was so superficial.
No, yours was great.
Cashmere V-neck Brunello.
I think your answer...
Family orange. I feel so shamed.
Because we
No,
are
I think
different.
your answer is wonderful. And I actually, in general, find that outerwear answers are very strong because it means that you feel warm around them. It's you at your best.
I
This
just
is your
feel
favorite.
fucking fabulous. I don't know if I feel warm.
That's all that matters. Your answer was great. The answers that worry me are something like a wool sweater that feels good, but then it's itchy, so I take it off. The ratty shirt that I wear to the gym. These are real answers I've gotten. Point is, for years I've been asking people this question.
There's nothing wrong with this
now I want
answer.
to ask people the question of, if you were a piece of clothing in your closet, what would you be? And I feel like we spend so much time saying, I'm looking for this in a partner. This is the checklist. Well, look in the mirror. Do you have those traits? And so for somebody who says, I'm a ratty sweatshirt and it's not the thing that I would choose to wear, well, then work on yourself. And so I feel like there's a lot of feelings of, I'm going to relation shop. I'm going to look for a partner the way I look for Bluetooth headphones. Well, a lot of that is about breaking people down into these parts. And I feel like we should spend less time thinking about the checklist for a partner and more time thinking about, who am I, and am I somebody who would be chosen?
We've talked a lot about how young men are struggling. Which demographic of women do you find struggle the most as it relates to mating and dating?
So I work with a lot
I have to guess over 30. Woman over 30 start the decline.
of very successful women, and that's also because I'm expensive to work with, and that's who my clients are. But I have a newsletter where I hear from 85,000 people. And so what I'm hearing is that a lot of women are saying men are intimidated by the amount of money that I make. They say that they're not going to be, but the more successful I become, the more threatened they are. I'm just talking to tons of women, personal friends. I feel like at my house, on one side of me and then two sides over, are women who are having babies, they call it like single mother by choice, where they literally were just like, I can't find a man and I want to become a mom, so I'm going to do it by myself. And so I feel like there are just all these great women who are saying, Logan, I'm following your advice. I'm putting myself out there. I do all these things, but they're just not finding partners.
Do you find that the more successful a woman becomes, the more difficult it becomes for her to find a man that will not feel emasculated by her success?
I don't think that there's an exact correlation because it really depends who the guy is. There are guys out there who are like, let's be a power couple. But I feel like there are women who just feel like there's not enough good guys for them. And I'm curious what you think about this, but I live in the Bay Area. I'm seeing so much polyamory. And I think polyamory is interesting. I'm pro polyamory. I like the fact that people are thinking about relationship structures in a new way. 50% of marriages end in divorce. Obviously, our one-size-fits-all approach to marriage isn't working. But I'm also wondering, well, let me tell you the story. I went to this dating event, and the dating event had 5 single women.
Okay, let me hear it again. Polymer.
Approach to marriage isn't working. But I'm in fact be a power couple.
Feel emasculated by her success?
I don't think that there's an exact correlation because it really depends who the guy is. There are guys out there who are like, let's be a power couple. But I feel like there are women who just feel like there's not enough good guys for them. And I'm curious what you think about this, but I live in the Bay Area. I'm seeing so much polyamory. And I think polyamory is interesting. I'm pro polyamory. I like the fact that people are thinking about relationship structures in a new way. 50% of marriages end in divorce. Obviously, our one-size-fits-all approach to marriage isn't working. But I'm also wondering, well, let me tell you the story. I went to this dating event, and the dating event had 5 single women who were great, and their friends were hyping them up. And then there was 2 guys, and they were both polyamorous. And so I wonder, if you're a guy who feels like there's not that many good guys, why should I have to choose? I feel like that's a trend that I'm worried about.
Portia polygamy. If it's never been better to be a very attractive male, but you have so much opportunity, it does not incent good behavior or long-term relationships.
And I work with these guys, and you might think that they're the happiest people in the world. They are having sex, they are getting a lot of attention, but they're suffering from decision paralysis. And these are some of the guys that hit 40, 42, and they haven't gotten married, they don't have kids, and they sort of are like, why would I ever settle down if I don't have to, or I'm going to wait as long as possible? But they don't understand the opportunity cost, which is building a life with someone, having kids. Every year that you wait to
Yeah, you said a keyword, 40 years old. 40 years old means a man that, in theory, has money or has a career. And they don't feel the need to find a partner, because it looks like at that age it's easy to find one. No, not a partner, but a woman to spend time with, because women are looking for someone better. It's normally somebody older with more money.
have kids is a year that your kids will be alive without you. And so I really feel like these people in the top percentage, yes, they're having a much easier time, but they also have problems because they're having decision paralysis and they're not settling down.
But I would just say, I think the reality, though, on the ground is that if you're a high status male, you think age is on your side.
And it is.
And because the reality is the math is just unfair to women.
It is.
Because if you're a 30-year-old male making really good money, and it, relative, like just not unattractive,
it doesn't
at
matter.
40,
it doesn't matter.
You're going to be even sexier. Your sexual currency goes up.
I do think that there's a point where it starts to go down, and I've seen that with my coaching clients, and part
50,
of
60?
that is just how the dating apps work, that if you are an attractive woman and you set your age maximum at 40, I do see that those men see diminishing returns after that age.
Well, especially if they haven't ever been in a long-term relationship.
Right, then they're seen as a clear red flag.
Show me the woman. Show me how many women after 40 are successfully find a relationship. Show me that data. Then we'll talk about men.
If you're looking to take the next step in your tech career, you'll want to hear about our sponsor, Intuit. I've always believed that if you want to do your best work, you have to put yourself in the right environment. You want to work with the best. You want to work with the best technologists who are leading innovation with data and AI, and this is what you can expect at Intuit. They're growing their tech careers, building an AI-driven expert platform that connects people to all the money they deserve. The cutting-edge tech they are developing in products like TurboTax, Credit Karma, QuickBooks, and MailChimp are helping around 100 million customers and businesses put more money in their pockets. Having a mission-driven culture is something I really align with, because it's all about solving complex customer problems with rapid experimentation to move faster. Quite similar to the culture I want to foster at my companies. If this sounds like you and you want to grow your tech career working alongside the best, check out intuit.com/careers. They also offer hybrid work and a very inclusive culture with offices in Atlanta, New York, San Diego, the Bay Area, Toronto, and around the world. Head over to intuit.com/careers to explore their opportunities. No matter where I am in the world, it seems like everyone is drinking matcha. And there's a good chance that that matcha you're drinking is made by a company that I've invested more than 7 figures in, who are a sponsor of this podcast, called Perfect TED. Because they're the brand used globally by cafes like Blank Street Coffee and Joe and the Juice and many, many more.
I wonder how many men
like
matcha
matcha in cafes, but you can now also make it at home. Much cheaper. In seconds, using our flavoured matcha powders that I have here in front of me. Perfect TED matcha is ceremonial grade and sourced from Japan. It is smooth, it is naturally sweet, not like those bitter grassy matchas that I tried before Perfect TED. And if you are one of those people that have told yourself you don't like matcha,
a quick Google says women dominate the consumption of matcha.
And you can find Perfect TED matcha in the UK,
80% of the customers.
Holland and Barrett, and in Waitrose, or Albert Heijn if you're in the Netherlands. And on Amazon in the USA, or get the full range online at perfectted.com, where you can get 40% off your first order with code Stephen40.
They need the male community.
What role does feminism and the rise of feminism play in all of this? Because I've had people on my podcast. I think actually our last episode we published was a lady who's a child psychologist. She's been that way for 3 decades. And she came on and said that the feminist movement has let men and women down in some ways. There's been great upsides, but there's also been a cost. And one of the things she was really big on, which I thought would be extremely controversial, it turns out it wasn't in the comment section, is that she believes women should be there for the first 2 years of a child's life. And I was like, I questioned her on that. I was like, and then I looked at the stats and I looked at the research, and she basically makes the case that because the mother is producing certain hormones, so I searched and it was true. We fact checked that episode, and then beyond there, the man, her father, brings out another set of hormones in the young child, which are about play and adventure and all these kinds of things. So she makes the case that we've kind of lied to women, and we've told them that they can have it all. They can have an incredible career. They can also be incredible mothers. And she says that in her office, she often sees mothers coming in saying that they're 39 years old, they're struggling, they're trying to do IVF, they feel like they were lied to, throwing all of that out there.
I'm going to quote Scott to Scott, which is, you can have it all, just not at the same time.
Yeah, I don't, we can talk about what is the best hormone balance and brings out the best in kids, and then there's the real world. And my partner was working at Goldman Sachs with 2 babies and getting up at 5 in the morning, and it was hell for her. And at the same time, I was struggling with trying to get economic traction because my whole identity as a man, I'm not proud of this, has been defined by money.
So is mine.
Yeah, it's a man life.
Like, yeah, I thought this was really weird because we're in Austin right now, and my team put me up in a hotel, and it's just like a normal hotel. I'm like, so I don't give a fuck. My girlfriend comes to town tonight. Immediately my brain goes, oh my God, we need to move into a better hotel Airbnb because my girlfriend, I've been with her for 7 years. She doesn't give a fuck.
Yeah.
She doesn't care about material things. She doesn't have a Louis Vuitton anything. She's a breathwork. She's a yogi, right? But there's still this part of me, even at this stage, where I'm like convinced she's not going anywhere, where I constantly think about, I need to be successful. I need to have money. I need to demonstrate strength.
That's what they want.
She won't like me. It's so weird because it's not true. Like, objectively, I know it's not true, but it's in me.
I don't know. I think it's mostly true.
Yeah, yeah, exactly.
I think in a capitalist society, the healthcare of your children, the opportunities your children have, your ability to
that's what I'm looking for.
Your ability to take care of your parents, unfortunately, in our society, is so tightly correlated to money.
Yeah.
That I think at the end of the day, masculinity kind of comes down to provider, protector, and procreator.
Yeah.
And I think every young man should at least start with the notion they're going to be the economic provider. And by the way, that might mean getting out of the way and being more supportive of your partner who happens to be better at the whole money thing than you. That's part of masculinity too.
Right.
But a good place to start.
Now, the problem is, again, this is mentality of 20 to 30 years ago, right? Which is more or less the same mentality that I have. The problem is nowadays, men, what they want. They still looking, they still have this object in their life, with all the feminism that in their life, or the life, all the solution be made possible to women. You kind of lose the need is sexful, because your woman can be for you. Yeah, that does make sense.
Is to assume in a capitalist society that you have a responsibility to be economically viable, and every piece of incentive in our society. I remember in the 70s when I was in grade school, our principal was a cool guy. He wore cool jackets and he had great hair and he smelled Aquavelva and he drove a 240Z. You could be a high character, handsome, interesting, cool guy into karate or whatever. Now I just think it's all about the Benjamins. It is so much, our society, democracy, your rights, your sexual attractiveness as a man. I don't care what, write me an article about how men just need to be emotionally available. Bullshit. It's so disappointingly about money, in my view. All the incentives telling young men, and so they go to these get-rich-quick schemes. If they can make money, they feel like losers. But what you're feeling, quite frankly, is common sense from every signal that if for some reason it doesn't work out with your mate, your selection set of mates, how interesting you are to other men, your opportunities, your rights, your democracy is going to be based on your ability to be economically powerful. It's not the way the world should be, but it is the way the world is. And what I say to young men is, there's just no getting around it. You have to be economically viable.
Would you say the same thing to women, or would you say there's no getting around it, you have to be hot?
No, I think women, unfortunately, so this is base analysis. Men get turned on with their eyes. It's more important for a woman to be aesthetically attractive than a man. Women get turned on with their ears. That's the way I would describe it. I think women, economic liberation and independence is paramount. You know, the thing that was the hardest thing in my life growing up, you know, whatever trauma I had, wasn't not having a dad in my life. It was that me and my mom didn't have any fucking money. And it was humiliating for us. It was very hard on her. It was emotionally very trying on her because she felt like she was failing as a mother. So I think women making a lot of money is a collective victory of our society. It is hugely important.
Yes,
and wonderful. We
but
should do nothing to get in the way of that.
it did
That
create
doesn't in any way
disparity.
obviate the fact that a man's opportunity, sexual currency, and place in our society is almost going to have an R of 1, regardless of how many subscriptions to the Atlantic or the New York Times you have, of his economic viability. And I think it's gotten worse. I don't think it's got, you used to be able to, if you were a high character, kind of cool, interesting, nice guy who was a principal at a junior high school, you got sexual currency. Now I think you can be a fucking dipshit, but if you've sold $10 million in Dogecoin, you can get laid. And it's just getting worse because our capitalist economy is providing so many advantages solely based on money. And it sends the wrong signal, but I just tell dudes, you have to be economically viable. And some of that is just having discipline around saving money and showing that you have your act together. Maybe you don't make a lot of money, but I'm responsible. I'll be a good mate. I'll be a good partner. Maybe you're making more money than me, but I'll bring discipline. You know, I know how to fix shit. I can be a good mate. But one of the things I really am worried about in America is just everything has become about the Benjamins. Character is being squeezed out by money. God, that sounded awful.
I want to ask you, have you ever felt what Scott describes? Have you ever felt that your sort of sense of self-worth equates to how much money you have? Because I felt that.
I don't think I as much have money equals identity and self-worth, but I do think for many people, there's a sense that money equals security. And so we're all chasing that dollar, which is security. But I think for men, it's much stronger. I don't relate to what you're talking about.
Yeah, so this is, I've never actually asked a woman this before, but it's the number one topic of conversation in my group chat with my boys.
Actually, women nowadays, they don't need to double it because they can make money. And they're still looking for somebody that make more money.
Is how much are we working Saturday and Sunday to make more money, make ourselves more successful? And then one of my friends, who's not in my group chat, but one of my extended friends went through financial hardship. And he's in the lead up to starting a family, etc. And he went through a moment where he was going to be declared bankrupt. And he was inconsolably depressed. His partner was fine. She was kind of like, you know, we'll get through this. But he actually said to me, he goes, I've never felt more worthless. And that's something that I've heard echoed by many men who go through sort of economic, financial roller coasters. And
that was actually one of the stats in that report, the Lost Boys report. Richard Reeves talks about this. I think that's actually where it comes from. So Richard Reeves says that the number one cause of death for young men under 15 is suicide, and that men in general, the things that they describe in their notes when they commit suicide are these words: worthless and useless. And so if men feel like their identity and their value and their worth comes from money, when they don't have money or they can't be a provider and they're sort of on the edge of society, then they're literally opting out, sometimes with their lives.
Yeah,
Okay, I want to take the metaphorical iPad and ask you guys some questions, because I feel like I've kind of said what I want to say about this topic, but I'm sure there are just millions of people that look up to both of you as symbols of masculinity. Scott, this is true, right? Moms talk to you all the time and say, How can I help my son? And so, like, there's things that I want to know because this topic is the thing I'm most passionate about. I want to spend the next 5 years really helping with this supply problem and the mating gap. But I don't know that men will listen to me, but they will listen to you. So I want to learn from you. So if you could teach a dating boot camp to all guys and even talk about what you would have them unlearn, what are some of those messages?
I would, a dating boot camp.
Yeah. Or being a human boot camp. Let's just extend
We would have module 1, comedy.
Ooh.
Because the only thing
like
that got me laid when I was broke was I was like slightly funny sometimes.
Yeah.
So, like,
Great.
I could be broke and funny
Okay,
and
this
I'd
could
have
be
like some
improv.
sex,
This could
yeah.
be just this. Yeah, keep going.
Something around confidence, which is just standing. I noticed that posture correlates to dating success. So I'd have men learn to stand up straight and to control their posture and take up more space. And I mean that in the nicest possible way, which is don't be shriveled. So like standing up straight, which is obviously one of the things that going to the gym does. It kind of pulls you out a little bit as well. Typical, but going out of fashion, male manners. Open up the door. I still open up the door for my girlfriend every single day, even though apparently they went through a phase where that was seen as like not okay to do. But I've always taken great pride in it. And funnily enough, opening up the door for my partner makes me feel good. I'm like doing it for selfish reasons. It makes me feel like a man. It makes me feel strong. Also, like when a bus comes, I love the fact that I put my hand across my girlfriend. That for me makes me feel like a man. I love that when we cross a road, I'm the one that's looking out. I love that I stand on the roadside of the pavement, etc. So I teach men these kind of behaviors. And definitely going to the gym, and then, as Scott said, like entrepreneurship or making some money, that would be central to my boot camp. I'll give you one more. It would be conflict resolution. And this goes to like the emotional empathy point. One thing that I struggle with, or at least I struggled with until my girlfriend coached me, and I did this podcast so many times that I learned some lessons, is just how to deal with conflict when the sparring partner is a woman. Because men in conflict, we have a certain way typically, but learning the skill of hearing and understanding your partner, and which is very difficult. And like, listen, this might just be me. I find it incredibly difficult to sit and to listen to my partner for 90 minutes when she tells me indirectly all the things I did wrong. I've had to learn the skill of doing that. And I sat here with someone who's a psychologist and said, they said to me, if you're a man, you have to learn the skill of sitting down for 90 minutes a week and letting your partner tell you everything that they're feeling and going through. With my boys, we don't do that.
Yeah.
When we go on holiday, it is total silence. We're eating fucking Pringles and watching the game. But when I'm with my partner, and I'm sure when she's with her friends, it's talking. So I've developed the skill now of just like sitting and listening. And then sometimes I take notes. And then sometimes I repeat back to her what she just said to me. And this is totally alien to me. And it hurts when I do it. It like hurts. And I find it so uncomfortable. Like I find it really, really uncomfortable to do that.
Even though this is something you spend hours
Yeah,
a week doing for your
100%.
job.
It's so unnatural to me.
But you've worked on it.
I've worked on it, yeah. I did it like 3 days ago. My girlfriend said, I was traveling around the world.
Yeah.
We were in, I don't even know what country we were in. She goes, I've got some things I want to talk about. Can we put some time in the calendar? Do you have 60 minutes? I've got off stage in Sweden. I put in 60 minutes into my calendar. She video calls me and she talks to me for about 45 minutes. I don't have anything to say. I'm so tired. And I just sit there and listen. And in between the lines, it's like things I could do better. She's not blaming me or anything, but it's hard for me. My boys would never do that. Our friendship isn't contingent on those things. So that's what I would say.
I love that.
Makes
Like,
sense.
I don't know if that you relate to that, but
I think about this a lot with my boys. And I think kind of the three legs of the stool are provider. I'm probably over focused on the economics. That doesn't necessarily mean making a lot of money, but at least being disciplined and responsible about it. Developing skills, certification, having a plan, right? Don't be the guy ordering a bottle of Grey Goose at 2 a.m. Like, I'm going home because I got to get up. You know, I have a plan. And, you know, I have a vision for how I'm going to be a good provider. A protector, good manners. Your default system is protection. You constantly speak well of people behind their backs. You hear someone being critical of someone else. Your inclination is to defend them. You don't demonize special interest groups. Your default setting, if somebody needs help anywhere or is being threatened, it's so heartbreaking to me that women feel unsafe.
Let's change the video. change it because we have 50 minutes until LEC start. And I want to open this. Let's import this no. Outer group in okay. Dynamesh, 100 Dynamesh. It's nice. Some music. We do like 10 minutes of this, and then I want to play some. Almost well. Something. Okay, this one. Okay. I will do something simple. Do like also like. Unfortunately, it's not. It's just random shapes, like one, two. Not like there is a way to do this stuff. We inflate with it, maybe. Pinch middle. Actually, I say pinch on top. Pinch on top, and then we'll go like this. I will reduce the resolution because that's too much. Yeah, it's easier to shape up like this. Yeah, it doesn't have to be perfect. It's going to be like this. Yeah, that's believable in a way. Shape it so we can stylize it away. Looks like a rock like this, but that's fine. Create these details as if it's trying to collapse in multiple spaces here. Yep. It's hard to do this resolution a little bit. How would do it. This way, flat them out. Something like this. Yeah, looks good, huh? The other one. Back in my day used to work, now it is not. Yes. Up to replicate. Recreate a new one. Tilting more onto the ground like. I like to shape it small and then we exaggerate like this. Okay, we can flatten it out. And quickly flatten like this. Yeah. Okay. Let's extend it. Detail. Okay. Now I like to duplicate it just to keep up the gap, and zero mesh them. We do like this. New project. Go. What are you doing? Project, always yes. Sorry. We do like this. Yep. Okay, we group. So my god, I hate when this happens. We do the same. Keep group. Oof. Adapt. Keep group. Too harsh, no? What if we do another circle here? Or topology? He doesn't read my mind. Well, like this. No, it doesn't read my mind. Okay, whatever. That's okay-ish. Yeah, yeah. Simple it is. I can do a little bit bigger. Actually, I don't mind if I um I have no idea why there are two XY axes. And a bug. Okay, that's enough. Eat. And port. Okay, Blender, file, import FBX, this one, yeah. Wait. File export, no, wait. Plugin, selected, export. Yes. Right. And file import, actually. File import FBX. One. Yes. Remove this. This one here. Selection. Like this. So we can give them a mesh, but I'm gonna do the mesh on Godot. Actually, 320. I'm thinking to do a League of Legends match. Let's close this stuff. Yeah, I'm gonna do a League of Legends match. Let's lose one game. And then I'm gonna stop the streaming. I'll do some gym. Workout. Yeah. Alright. Let's open League. You can close Godot and Blender for now. I'm killing my computer with all this program open. Alright. Screen. No, actually, let's do gaming. No, let's do screen. Let's do like this. Screen. Now quick swift play. Button. Oops. Django. I've never done Django. I hope I never get. Bunga bunga. Bye. Yes, very much. Of course, the thing show up while I was away, right? Always. Accept. Yunara. Lux. Army misfortune. Alrighty. Dal tempo. Che fa Dark Harvest? Ok. Mastery Amumu. Dead. Questo è un bel matchup, questo dovrebbe vincerlo a Irelia. Abbiamo due Lux. Lux ha dei skill matchup. Io non l'ho mai vista. 1, 2. Andiamo. Nami. Luxio. Benissimo. Lux con which one does it start? With the binding or with the slow? Lux support. I want them. No. No. They saw me. Saw me running here. It's so risky. the fuck? Ja, minion. Smettela. No. Okay. Slow farm. Let's see. Oh. Uh-huh. No, ho preso minion. Dai, che ho preso la wave. Fuck. No, che culo. Che culo. Ah. Qua. Ok. Ah, fuck. Ah, si pusha? Ok. Ok, ok. Happy cakes. That's it. Let's go. Good job, good job. Bella. Dead. Alright. 21, 27. Lost so many low medium for that. We have a stacking massive wave. Dai, che culo. Looks is dead. Looks if she stay a little bit longer is dead. The fuck this mini what? Oh, no! Already. Unlucky. Yeah. GG. Yeah. Yeah, one more. That was rubbish, no? That was utterly rubbish. Utterly rubbish. Open. Quirky. Question. Does this one cost less? If I purchase from here, do they cost less? Compared to buying from the shop? I wonder. Because if that's the case, I will buy all the ADC. Quite cheap. I have 22k, basically I can buy all of them. I should remove this one. Yeah. Remove the hand. So I have Swain, another Unata, and Pantheon. Pantheon can be tricky. Pantheon is a massive poker. Adi versus Ari. We got Jungler. With Ghost. Okay. Set Mordekaiser. I don't think we can win this one. I don't think we can win. I don't think we can win. How do I supposedly already know what did he buy? What the fuck is this? Am I too greedy? Yes. Show me. Show me. Where are you? Still. I'm waiting for you, Pantheon. Show yourself. Nada? Coward. Oh. Good idea. How did he hit the minion there? But No, don't flash. The window straight. What? Level 2 first. Yike. Yike. I know, I know. I know. I can't. Oh, this is rough. Anton is such a dick. Anton is such a dick. I'm gonna lose the... No. I'm sad. I lose the tank. Did he flash? Oh, he didn't ignite. Quite sure of that. No, don't use spell. Why use spell? Now you lose all the wave. Oh, the card. Am I able to catch it? Like a bitch. Lucky bitch. Anton is gonna kill me. Die. 500. Can I buy anything? Yeah. Is it worth? No, it's not worth. Full HP. Okay, Pantheon. Okay, they're pushing mindlessly. Oh. What is this damage? What the fuck is wrong with that? What? Ah, Shaco is fucking invisible, I forgot. I forgot about Shaco invisibility. What? I had to try now. Was it too greedy? Yes. Oh boy. Oh boy. Oh. 4 seconds to the fucking barrier. I was pressing it, but it didn't come out. Oh shit. Ah, fucking hell. If I had one of those skill. Yeah, it's okay. Did we get any plate? No. Did we get any plate? How's meat? 1001. Okay, we have the better eye. I'm lagging. 180. Ah, fucking hell. You know you're dead. You know you're dead, no? What are you doing? What are you doing? Oh yeah. You're right. You are right. Am I dead? I can't go mid. Alright. I thought Shaco was bottom, not top. How did he not die? You got it? I'm so afraid. Așa că zi. Okay. I'm terrible. I'm terrible at this game. Sorry. I go Barry. I go Barry. Remember, I go Barry. All right. There's a pool. It's so risky. What's this for? Why do I have that? Why do I have that on my item? It doesn't make sense. Actually, what did I sell? Oh shoot. Oh my god. Sorry. She paid me. That was so juicy. Chaco mid to bot. Still bot. Shockwave is such a cancer. Okay. Right. Okay. And doable. What's happening here? Fuck it. I'll see you in the next. I'm trying. I'm a pussy. GG. Oh. Nice Wayne, nice Ari, nice everybody. Nice everybody. Okay, that's it. Alright guys, I'm logging off. Thanks for watching. I'll see you maybe tomorrow. Bye.